Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. That's right. I'll give myself. Only you can make the change. I'll give myself. Shine your head at you. I'll need your shine so bright. From darkness to light. Hey, hey, hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
All right, welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and I'm your host, DJ Genesis. Today we have a special guest in the house. This is our second time, and we're going to be doing hopefully many shows with Baba Falokun. But I'm so happy to bring him back. He brought so much information the last time he was here, and I think it's really very important that we listen to our elders and the stories and the information that they have, because they are a library of information. So without further ado, let's bring on Baba Falokun. How are you?
Agbo Ato, blessing of long life, Akabo, welcome.
Welcome.
Adupoy Ori Egon, we thank the ancestors for their wisdom. My name is AWO Falokun Fatumbi. In 1998, I traveled to Ode Remo in Ogun State, Nigeria, and was blessed to be initiated into Ifa. At that time, my elders admonished me. They said, we want you to teach what you learn here to the good people in the diaspora. And the thing that made that possible is I figured out early on that the school is the family, and that the 10-year-olds teach the 8-year-olds and the 12-year-olds teach the 10-year-olds. And I figured it out that I was a baby. So for the first, I was blessed to make 6 trips to Africa. For the first 3 trips, I don't think I spoke to anybody in terms of training who was more than 12, maybe 14 years old. And from those conversations, I was able to write 3 books just based on the information given to me by children. And understand, too, that was back in the day before internet, and it was a common belief in the diaspora that Ifa no longer existed in Africa. And I was just amazed and shocked and excited to discover it was alive and well, and they knew a lot of stuff that we don't know. It didn't survive the middle crossing. That shouldn't be hard to understand. Those were awful circumstances, to say the least. And so, because I'm a bit of an idiot, I thought people would be excited to hear that information. Turns out not everybody was so excited. But let me just say this before we get started. There are significant differences about the way the tradition is understood, practiced, and preserved in Africa than in the diaspora. You're going to hear me say a lot of things that are maybe unusual or not normal, or you're hearing for the first time. I am not making a judgment. Different does not mean better. Either way. You know, if you have a way of doing it, you like it, then I love it. But what I've been admonished to do by my elders is to share our way. And I want to say this about that. At the most, and this is stretching it, but at the most, Ifa Orisha in the diaspora is maybe 300-400 years old. In Nigeria, it's 10,000 years old. It's 10,000. That's 1 with 4 zeros. So that's a long time to accumulate wisdom and to develop a spiritual practice and a ritual discipline that has stood the test of time. All right. So I have a reason that I asked Ia if I could come on her show. She graciously agreed. And I want to be clear why I'm here and what I'm doing, because I try to be as transparent as possible. I have taught kind of slow and steady for almost 40 years now. And, you know, people either like the way I present it or they don't. And I do a heavy lean on the theological, philosophical, and psychological aspects of our faith, because that's who I am by training. But that's not the only approach, believe me. And there's lots of different approaches that are all valid. It's all good. But the world is in crisis. Today, when I'm starting this, Russia announced its support for Iran and the war in the Middle East. That effectively makes it a world war. And when you enter a period of world war, that's extremely challenging. So we need to be kind to one another. We need to reach out to one another. We need to lift each other when we're shaken and depressed. We need to pray for those who are in harm's way. We need to elevate the spirit of those who have transitioned. This is a time of deep necessity for spiritual work, spiritual understanding, and spiritual elevation. So I've made it my commitment for the next couple of weeks. I want to, at least twice a week for the next 2 months, I'm going to do free classes on divination. I want everybody in the sound of my voice to have access to the information they need to be fully competent as a diviner. And if you would kindly, can you put my Egbe group page on so that people can get updates from there as well? That's Egbe AWO Falokun group. If people want to contact me directly, let me wait a minute. There you go. Cowerie community. I'm sorry, the word community goes on the end of that.
And is it Iwapale spelled with an I or E?
I.
So now Russia has joined in on this whole thing. You know,
Yes,
when I had did a reading and it said that it was I kind of taught myself to do like the cowries. If you look behind me, you'll see that about my cowrie shells right here.
Okay.
But you know, I kind of taught myself, and I'm not gonna, you know, I've been, you know, using additional methods to like kind of, you know, figure out how to do the readings. And it said, and I'm not sure whether it was because it was either at that time this is how it was, but it was saying that it was just speak of it. It was not, you know, at the moment it wasn't going to happen. But I guess you know, when you do readings, things could be, you know, things could like change in a moment's eye. You know, you have to be clear about the time frame that you ask.
Yeah, listen, I want to say two things about that. It's clear to me that they're involved. It's hard to tell sometimes because there's so much nonsense calling itself news. But there's no need to apologize for how you do divination. There's an Odu that says spirit will speak to you in whatever system you use as long as you're sincere. And so when I say I've got some things I can teach, I'm not saying it's the only way to communicate with spirit. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not even saying it's the best way. I'm saying it's a way. And what I'm really saying is I was really, really, I have to say blessed for the umpteenth time today to have the people just give me so much information that I feel obligated to share it. Do with it what you will, you know. Some people can do great divination based purely on intuition with little need for divination implements. Other people need lots of mechanisms to get clear about their messages. That's different, just different styles. Let's start here. I want to make clear what divination is, because that's the source of confusion.
Okay.
I'm going to say this loudly. Divination is not fortune telling. Fortune telling is predicting the future. And sometimes divination has the effect of predicting the future. But be clear, the future that Ifa predicts is only a consequence of following the guidance of Ifa. In other words, A plus B equals C You don't have to do B. You can stay stuck in A. Divination is not going to guarantee that you're going to move towards the solution that it suggests. This is a free will planet. This is a free will tradition. You're free to do what you want. You're never going to hear me say, you have to do this, you have to do that. Yeah. I'm not into controlling people. The difference between joining hands and working together to solve a problem and coming to me for me to tell you what to do, when we come together and join hands, we build community. When you come to me and I tell you what to do, we're building a cult. And I don't do cult. I believe in the famous words of the comedy series in Living Killer. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. So when it comes to building a cult. When it comes to building a cult, homie, don't play that. That's not what I'm up to.
So you're saying divination does not predict the future.
Does not predict the future, and it does not demand that you obey it. It's a problem-solving process. In order for it to be effective, the first thing you must do, is to accurately define the problem. Now, that may seem obvious, but it's not. Most people come to me wanting to blame other people, want to blame hexing, want to blame juju, want to blame some random person for making Google eyes at their husband. All of that's nonsense.
Right.
Ifa is about problem solving. And when we do divination as part of our spiritual discipline every morning, the question is always the same. What's the lesson today to expand my consciousness so I can be a better person? That's the question that the Oracle answers every day when we do daily prayer and daily divination. And so the solution to the problem is always about expanding your consciousness so you can fix the problem. I like to say there's nothing magical. That's not entirely true, but and it's a little bit of a complicated subject that I want to get into today. But the point is, divination, as it is practiced in the spiritual tradition of Ifa, is a method to use access to the wisdom of the ancestors to show you how to solve a problem and remain deeply rooted in good character. You cannot come to me and say, Baba, give me an AWO so I can protect my drug running empire here and don't get busted by the cops. No, sorry, that's not what Ifa does. Okay. Ifa shows you how to live a good life, to experience health and happiness and abundance, I would say, all in the context of good behavior. Now, the first book I wrote was titled AWO Falokun, which at the time I wrote that book was a word that was not known so much in the community in the diaspora. And people have argued that I mistranslated it and I didn't understand it. And it's not, Ifa is not really about good care, on and on and on and on and on. So let me tell you my methodology and then you decide for yourself. Liturgical Yoruba words, and by liturgical I mean words related to our sacred scripture, words that make symbolic reference to different dimensions of solution to a problem. Those are called liturgical words. And those words are created by taking a sentence in Yoruba, removing the vowels and shortening the sentence into a single word. So if we look at the word AWO Falokun, it's from the Elysian AWO Ile, which is a sentence in Yoruba that literally means, I come to greet the earth. Okay, so be clear here. The word Iwa, the word wa means come. If in conversational Yoruba I say wa, I'm saying come here, come join me, or let's connect here, wa. But when I say Iwa, that means the coming, capital T, the coming. That's a religious concept. The coming, expressed by the word Iwa, means the coming from the invisible realm called Oron to the visible realm called Aye, the coming, the transition from, in Christian terms, heaven to earth. So Iwa is a particular process. Iwa is the reincarnation process that we believe in, so that children are identified as reincarnated ancestors. Iwa is talking about the journey down the birth canal from fetus to baby to adult. Iwa, the coming, all right? Ope, O-P-E, is a Yoruba word for greeting, Ope. Ope, Ia, for example, I greet my mother. So Ope, that's clear. Iwa, the coming. Ope, greet. And then the word Ile means either house, earth, or planet. Yeah, Earth, planet. So I come to greet the earth. What does that mean? Well, that only means something in the context of Yoruba culture. And what it means is, in traditional Yoruba culture, you greet an elder. So I'm older than you, yeah, so you would greet me and I'd respond. I don't go chasing after younger people. I come to greet the earth. So when I say I come to greet the earth, it means my purpose as a human being is to greet the earth, which means my purpose as a human being is to learn from the earth. And we learn from the earth how to live in harmony with the earth, how to live in harmony with other human beings that we share the earth with. And then we learn to expand our consciousness so that we can become a better person. And the purpose of all of that is to give us the opportunity to access our creativity, inspiration, and joy. Yes, you had a question?
Yes, I have a question. See, I got into a huge argument, discussing, because I got onto a panel where they were like asking certain things about Ifa. Like, I kind of was liking it similar, getting a divination to getting an MRI or getting like a CAT scan. Like, it's like when you back then they didn't have doctors and like machines to put your body through to figure out what was going on. They didn't have these diagnostic tools that they had.
That's not entirely true, but we'll go with that for now.
Okay, you say they did have they had machines to do this?
Unequivocally, it's called Ochosi Obinrin, female Ochosi, who has the Ashe to astral travel inside a person's body and figure out what's broken.
Wow. Okay, so that's still going into a priesthood, though.
Going into what?
A priesthood of people that could possibly.
Yeah, priesthood. Yes, some people have that talent naturally, but yeah, we'll go with that. Priesthood's good.
Right.
Sorry.
Well, something like that. Whatever.
Right.
Got to do that. Some people just was born how to do that. It could go into the body, figure out what was wrong. Exactly. But that's what that was. The Odus point to a body part, point to a condition, point to a this, point to a that. And when that number comes out, this pretty much what the reading is kind of spitting out a result.
Right. We can listen. I think where you're headed with this, if you don't mind me addressing that. There are certain questions I will not answer. And I just tell the people when they ask them, I don't answer that. Don't know, don't care. If I won't address it, either change the subject or go away. And one of those questions, to the surprise of many people, is so-and-so my soulmate? Don't know, don't care, leave me alone. And the reason for that is it's free will. The question is, if you want to be with a particular person, ask me how to make the relationship work. I will answer that question. But if you ask me if so-and-so is your soulmate, that's a fortune-telling question, and Ifa does not do fortune-telling. If you ask me how to make the relationship work, that's a problem-solving question, and I will answer that. If you ask me how to protect some criminal enterprise, I will not do that. We only engage in problem solving to the extent that it supports the development of good character.
And here's another thing that people asked me when I was actually in this. Is this thing contacting a spirit? And I said, okay, well, quite frankly, the Odu is the word of God. That's from what I understood. So basically, it's similar to saying John chapter 1-2 verse 12. Says this. Welcome. Thank you for the $5 super chat. So you were asking, if they can do that, if a person can do that, then why haven't they found a cure for cancer? They actually do have a cure for cancer. But the thing is that it's just not readily available for everybody, because they have capitalized everything. So there's cures for things out here. So if you got the right combination of herbs, there's cures for everything. A lot of times the cure is in the diet, it's in changing your behavior, a lot of the different things. But you know, a person can tell you what you have to do to cure the breast cancer and to cure the cancer, but if a person doesn't do what's necessary to cure it, then you're not going to be cured. You know, and here's the thing: plenty of people have been cured of breast cancer, but then they still end up having cancer later on because they probably go back to the same behaviors that they did before. So that's the answer to that. Like you're asking a question that's like a redundant question. But well, if they could do this, then how come this and how come that? Because people are human beings. But thank you very much for that super chat, Chris Reed. Thank you for that super chat. Shouts out.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making.
And when that verse comes out, this is what the solution is. So I kind of, me being a software engineer, I look at it kind of like in that way, that it's pretty much the word remember.
Listen, right? We need to back up. Listen, I love you. I appreciate you. I'm glad to be here. But there are certain concepts that are causing us confusion. Okay. So let's address that one. And I don't say that because you're wrong. In some ways, I agree with that. But let's be more precise in our presentation of those ideas. Okay, so the first thing I want to say is that an Ifa priest in the diaspora, people say they don't go into possession. You know why they say that?
That the priests don't go into, the Ifa priests don't go into possession.
You heard that?
So Babalawos do not go into possession. Why do you say that?
That's the common understanding of the diaspora. And the reason people say that is because they're mistaken. That's wrong. It's not even remotely true. In Africa, the whole point of being an Ifa priest is to be possessed by the spirit of Allah. Allah from the Elysian, Allah, meaning the light, the spirit of light. What Ifa teaches, you know, when you went to school, you were taught that you had 5 senses, and everybody goes, ooh, 5 senses, far out. Ifa and Egypt and most of Africa teaches that we have 256 senses. And each of those sentences represents a stream of consciousness connected to the source of creation. And when we do divination with Ifa, we are identifying one of those streams of consciousness and connecting to it so we can access that fragment of that stream of consciousness that's relevant to the problem solving of the issue at hand. So let me explain that in a little more detail. Odus of Ifa is a 3-dimensional representation of a 2-dimensional energy pattern. Excuse me. It's a 2-dimensional representation of a 3-dimensional energy pattern. So the energy pattern represented by Ifa is called a Merkaba. You know Merkaba? You know?
Yeah, Merkaba, yeah.
Merkaba is 2 3-sided pyramids inside a torsion sphere. So we're going to have to get some of Baba's famous ridiculous drawings to explain all that. All right. This is a torsion sphere. It's a sphere with an opening on the top and an opening on the bottom. Called the torsion sphere.
That's also, if you look at the Opele, it has those 2 dots, like never mind. When it's strung together, it has that.
Yeah, sort of. But these dots, for the purposes of the energy pattern, are holes.
Right.
Through which energy flows.
Huh.
You with me?
Yeah.
So, the basic energy pattern of the Merkaba is 2 3-sided pyramids. So this is one. And this is a terrible drawing, but that's true. All right. Do you see that?
Mhm. Yeah.
Three-sided pyramid, three-sided pyramid. So watch, let's do the math. How many points of contact between a three-sided pyramid and the torsion sphere?
6.
Let's call it 4, 3 at the base and 1 at the apex.
Oh, okay.
So this three-sided pyramid is symbolically represented by the right leg of Odu Ifa. This pyramid is represented by the left leg of Ifa. All right, so watch. Each of these points of contact with the sphere is a portal that might be opened or closed. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so on the upper pyramid, if a portal is open, what do? We mark one line on the Ifa tray. If the portal is closed, we mark 2 lines on the Ifa tray.
Okay.
Yeah. So, in simple terms, there are 256 different combinations of open and closed portals in a Merkaba. You understand what I said?
Yeah, yes.
You can picture that?
Yeah.
If we make all the combinations, 16 on the top, 16 on the bottom, 16 times 16 is 256. We have 256 different combinations of geometric patterns. That's the same pattern that makes up what Western academic plasma physicists call subatomic particles. Subatomic particles.
And I was saying that that chain looks similar to that torsion sphere that you were showing.
It is, but you're jumping ahead of me. Let's.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Look up, that's right. Look up Merkaba, images of Merkaba. Let's start there. Show a picture of that.
All right.
You'll find a whole bunch of them when you go to the image page.
Yeah.
Look for the simplest one, which is black and white lines.
Okay. Uh-oh. I'll just present, share screen, and boom. Okay.
There you go. Perfect. See this one on the right? That's the one I like. Let's make that one bigger. If you really can visualize that picture, you see there's 4 points of contact with each of the Merkaba, making 8 points of contact in total.
Yeah.
So here's the point. Those portals, when they're open on the subatomic level, create an opening for the infusion of electricity into the torsion sphere. And when electricity penetrates the surface of the sphere and enters the internal structure where the Merkaba is located, it generates a frequency. Frequency is sound. Right? Remember, you seem to be familiar with the Bible. In the beginning was the Word. Ifa says the same thing. But it doesn't mean the word, it means the frequency word.
The frequency.
So what Ifa is saying and what Ifa teaches and what Ifa paleoscience teaches, and on a different time we'll talk about the fact that I'm trained in physics at Caltech, the best physics school in the world, and the physics I learned from Ifa is better than what I learned at Caltech by a lot. All right, so the ancients understood physics, which is how they were able to build the pyramids. Hello. So the point is that the Merkaba generates 256 frequencies within an octave. If you're a musician, you know what an octave is. Middle C, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, right?
Yep.
Okay, so solfege, that's called. It's called singing the intervals. Solfege was invented by ancient Egyptians. The mathematical structure of solfege is such that it makes a seashell pattern. In other words, do, re, mi is a whole step. Do, re, whole step, re, mi, whole step, mi, fa, half step. All right. So where the whole step becomes a half step, there's a bend in the force field of the frequency. All right.
Mm.
And this is a mathematical structure that occurs throughout creation, symbolized by the seashell in Ashe Obatala, which is a symbol of consciousness, right? It's called the golden mean or the Fibonacci curve in Western science. You with me? So,
right, Fibonacci sequence.
Yes, Fibonacci, right. So
you're saying sound itself is what made everything. Like the actual sound was what.
That's absolutely what I'm saying. Absolutely what I'm saying. And the sound, so there are 256 pitches within an octave, which means the difference between odus in terms of the frequency is extremely subtle, almost possible in our conscious state to discern or hear, and useless as a tool. But when we get into altered states of consciousness, we automatically can identify the difference in the resonance because it has a different effect on our body, and our spirit is in tune to picking up those differences. So here's the point I want to make.
I'm going to share this screen so people can see that seashell at Fibonacci.
Yep, there it is. There you go. So here's the point that I want to make. Ifa teaches that all consciousness comes from God. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
In other words, in the Yoruba language, remember I talked about liturgical Yoruba?
Yeah.
You know the term Ori?
Yes.
It's called consciousness in English. The higher self is called Iponri, from the reason Iopon Ori. So all consciousness comes from the connection between a human Ori with the source of consciousness called the Iponri. And remember I told you liturgical Yoruba, when you break it down, it makes sense what it means. So
yeah.
Iopon Ori means the spirit of the toe of consciousness, which makes no sense in English. But in Yoruba, the big toe is the point where consciousness connects to the memories of our ancestors. So the higher self is represented by our ancestral connection.
Of the toe or total of consciousness? Of the toe of consciousness?
No, the toe of our foot is our point of connection with the ancestors.
Mm. Is that also why they, in certain Egyptian things, they would always have one foot step forward?
That's absolutely, you got that right. And not only that, those statues, Egyptologists talk about, oh, we're going to find the lost hall of records. Where's the lost hall of records? Have you heard that whining?
The lost hall of records, is that like similar to the what's it called? They have it in the Akashic records?
No, it's not. Well, sort of, but the lost hall of records is supposedly buried in Giza in Egypt, and nobody can find it. But that's because they're idiots. I'll tell them exactly where it is. All the records of all the wisdom of all of Egypt going back, I believe, a couple 100,000 years, is stored in the granite statues with the left foot forward. That's an indicator that statue is a memory bank for data. And the key to opening that memory bank, Miss Computer Expert, is you take the ankh and you strike it against the granite statue, you go into an altered state, and you get the information from the statue.
Wow.
Now take a deep breath. I'm fixing to say something, which is why we make our orishas out of stones, because they have the same function. The stones in our pots is a record of every interaction we've had with our orisha from the point of initiation.
So that's a statue with the left foot forward. You can't.
That's exactly the one I'm talking about. And a guy named Christopher Dunn measured the right side and the left side of the face and found that it was accurate within 1/10,000th of an inch, which is impossible to do with handheld tools. Oh my goodness! So that's another mystery for another day. But the point.
Wait a minute. Wait. So what he did, that's impossible to create whatever this is. It had to be.
He said it was impossible to create it with a chisel or a hammer, and I agree.
So probably like through some kind of chant or whatever, and probably some mixture of water and sand. They were able to tap into some kind of energy through water and sound. No?
Well, through sound, yeah, you're getting close, but that's a long, complicated.
Right.
Let's just say this about ancient Egypt. It would be fair to say that they had electronic powered tools. That's fair, and there's lots of proof that that's true.
Okay. They might have had a 3D printer back then.
Yeah, they did, exactly. The original 3D printer.
Right.
And now I've totally lost my chain of thought here.
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's right. Here's the point I was trying to make, I think. So we have, here's the thing I want you to think about. Think about the only consciousness is the consciousness of God. And that consciousness has become fractured into little pieces as the world unfolds. So what I'm saying by saying Ori is connected to Iponri is I'm saying that in Western mathematics, 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 2 is 4, 4 + 4 is 8, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is that in Ifa metaphysics that generated Ifa mathematics, 2 is half of 1. 4 is half of 2. 8 is half of 4. In other words, the original consciousness of God has split into multi-trillion pieces, and each of those pieces forms a Merkaba, which is 2 3-sided pyramids inside a sphere. And now here's the important point, and stay with me, make sure that I'm being clear here, because sometimes this gets confusing. The portal through which God's consciousness comes from the invisible realm to the visible realm is geometry.
Okay.
The consciousness of all things passes through the portal of Orun into the portal of Aya via the mechanism of geometric patterns. And that's true whether those geometric patterns are etched in stone, etched in sand, etched in your imaginations, whatever form those geometric patterns come through on planet Earth, that form itself is a portal for God's consciousness. Now, are you sitting down? Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. I'm ready for it.
Are you sure you're sitting down?
Definitely.
Here's a holy Odu called Oshe Torah. This is a 2-dimensional symbolic representation of a Merkaba, where the top 3-sided pyramid has 3 open portals and 1 closed portal. The pyramid facing the bottom has 2 open portals and 2 closed portals. The miracle of Ifa, the magic of Ifa, the great gift of our Yoruba ancestors was passing on the wisdom associated with the fact that the 2-dimensional symbolic representation of the 3-dimensional energy pattern functions as a portal for connection to the will of God, to the voice of God. If I put my hand over this portal, I'm going to connect to the resonance of that stream of consciousness and access a component of nature communicating to me in a way that transcends my personal experience. Oh my God, could that possibly be true?
Oh, so it's not necessarily, so you're not talking to the spirit, you are talking to the actual, it is actually the voice of, or the word of God.
I'm not being theoretical, I'm being literal. And I'm going to take it one step further.
Okay.
Our ancient Yoruba ancestors identified the subject matter of each of the 256 odus to help us access is that you?
No, that's not me. I heard like a car going by. You have a car going by? Oh, now your mic is kind of going down.
Oh, they'll give
There
up.
we go. There goes your mic's up. Now it's good now.
No, I lost my chain of thought.
We're talking about that the Odu is actually speaking like almost to God.
The Odu is streaming frequencies. All right. So what does it mean to stream a frequency? The way our brain works is if I think of the word thought in English, it's going to light up a portion of my brain at a particular frequency. If I have the same word in Spanish as estudiar, it's going to light up the brain in the same place at the same frequency. The word study and estudiar are simply sounds that our ancestors made to identify that frequency. And so Odu speaks to us in frequency, which is why it's so amazing that Odu speaks to us in the language we understand, because it's triggering those spots in our brain, and we're simply translating them in the way that we've translated them all of our lives.
So even if they're speaking the Odu in English, it's the same fire, it's the same energy as they're speaking in Europe. It's the same exact frequency. Sort of.
There's yes, sort of. But I would add that when you speak in Yoruba, you have the additional information coming from or Yoruba-speaking ancestors, which is a really good thing if you're using a Yoruba system. But so my point is that we want to connect. Okay, so God speaks to us through geometric patterns. Our Ifa ancestors have given us a map of all the possible patterns. All right. So that there's no mystery, all the possible patterns. And they've named those patterns. There you go. Each of those words means something. And once you translate the meaning of those words, then you know the issue is being addressed by a particular frequency. How is that possible?
But yeah, so but you know, see the hocus pocus around it. People
no hocus pocus. E.J. Ogbe from the Elysian. E.J.O. Egbe meaning the first manifestation of everything. E.J. Ogbe means the first manifestation of consciousness. E.J. Ogbe is a synonym for God. When E.J. Ogbe comes, it means you're in perfect alignment with your higher self and your destiny. Very clear. No need for confusion. This is a good sign and something we all pray for. This is the purpose of divination, is to put ourselves in alignment with our higher destiny, so that when EJ Ogbe, meaning Ogbe on the right, Ogbe on the left, appears on the tray in divination in Africa, the diviner says, go home, you don't need me. Whatever you think you should do is what you should do. You know better than I. You're in perfect alignment with your higher self. May the Orisha bless you and have a nice day. You understand?
Yeah. Right. You don't need to do
All
nothing.
right.
Right.
So here's the next one. Oyeku. So you've been enough divination. When the Oyeku comes, everybody in the room stands up, clutches their chest, spins around circles, throw their arms up in the air, and make animal sounds saying, oh my God, you're going to die, you're going to die, you're going to die, right? When Oyeku comes.
No, we don't do that. But yeah,
Oh, thank goodness! I'm impressed.
no.
But Oyeku from the Elysian Oye Iku. Oh, I did that wrong. Oye Iku means the mother, the spirit of the mother of death. And death in the Yoruba linguistic sense is not, oh my God, you're going to die. Death means end of cycle.
Right, end of cycle. That's how we've been taught, is end of cycle. So whatever it is that cycle ends in that, But
yeah, somebody you studied with read one of my books. I like it. So the end of cycle. The Yoruba word pa, which means decapitate, is not a reference to taking a machete and cutting off somebody's head. It's the end of the old self, the end of the old Ori, the end of the old consciousness. So when death comes, you're invoking for the death of illness, the death of loneliness, the death of poverty, the death of confusion, the death of uncertainty, and so on, so on, so on. Oyeku. All right. Iwari from the Elysian, AWO Ori, meaning I am the mystery of consciousness. What is the mystery of consciousness? Consciousness is always changing. It's either expanding or shrinking. If consciousness expands, we call it E-ray. If it shrinks, we call it EB. EB does not mean Orisha hates you. Doesn't mean that, never meant that, never will mean that. The word EB is the Yoruba word for umbilical cord. Umbilical cord is symbolic of letting go of something you don't need. So if you're a baby born in the world, the doctor cuts the umbilical cord because that cord becomes toxic if you don't separate it from the baby, right? So the same idea in Ifa. If you think, I don't know, if you have some cockamamie idea about different racial groups or whatever, as long as you hold on to that, you're holding on to an idea that does not allow you to fully develop your consciousness. Erase simply means good fortune. All right. So OD from the Elysian O, ED, spirit. ED is female reproductive organs. Odu means womb, but ED is fallopian tube, birth canal, womb, and everything else down there. All right. So that's an obvious symbol for rebirth. All right. Erosun from the Elysian, E-ro-osun, meaning the possession by Osun. Osun is the staff that connects to the fetus of a baby at the moment of connection with an ancestral spirit. Osun has the function of guarding our consciousness, but Osun, the word Erosun is also a synonym for menstrual blood. Menstrual blood is the mechanism through which we receive genetic inheritance. Are you following me?
Definitely.
Owanrin, bring with my hand. Owotin, Orin. It's actually song of the hand or the intention of the hand. So as humans, we can either bring good fortune or bring bad fortune. Owanrin. It's an encounter with Eshu that either brings us clarity or confusion. Owanrin. All right. Obara from the Elysian. Obabara. The spirit of the fathers brings taboo. Okay, what's the spirit of the fathers? That's the story of Obakoso. In Obara, Ifa says that controlling others is taboo. Demanding that other people do what you say is taboo. It's called arrogance. The admonition, which is the opposite of taboo, is to move in the world with humility. In Yoruba, that's suru, meaning cool-headed, suru, humility. Ifa teaches that humility brings alignment with destiny. Hello?
Okay, I'm trying to show you guys the Odu as he speaks them. I'm gonna rewind it so that we can go through them because I'm trying to like show them, but I'm kind of behind. So let me start back over with Ejiogbe, okay? Because I'm trying to show it, but he's flying through them. And I'm like trying to like, okay, because I'm trying to keep up with it. So let me just go ahead and get these all up in here. That way I can like show it to you as they come up. Okay, let's put them up. So I'm trying to show you the actual markings as he's bringing them up. So all right, let's do this. Okay. All right, so let's start back over with Ejiogbe and then go.
Mystery, all the possible patterns. And they've named those patterns. There you go. Each of those words means something. And once you translate the meaning of those words, then you know the issue is being addressed by a particular frequency. How was that possible?
But yeah, so but you know, see the hocus pocus around it. People
no hocus pocus. E.J. Ogbe from the Elysian. E.J.O. Egbe, meaning the first manifestation of everything. E.J. Ogbe means the first manifestation of consciousness. E.J. Ogbe is a synonym for God. When E.J. Ogbe comes, it means you're in perfect alignment with your higher self and your destiny. Very clear. No need for confusion. This is a good sign and something we all pray for. This is the purpose of divination, is to put ourselves in alignment with our higher destiny so that when E.J. Ogbe, E.J. meaning Ogbe on the right, Ogbe on the left, appears on the tray in divination in Africa, the diviner says, go home, you don't need me. Whatever you think you should do is what you should do. You know better than I. You're in perfect alignment with your higher self. May the Orisha bless you and have a nice day.
All right, so that's kind of what he says, but you know, of course, there's more to it. But so it has 1 1 1 1 and one side and 1 1 1 1 on the other. That is perfect alignment. Okay. So when the Babalawo will mark it 1 1 1 1 1 1 open road, open path. Okay. Okay. So let's continue.
You understand?
Yeah. Right. You don't need to do
All
that.
right.
Right.
So here's the next one. Oyeku. So you've been enough divination. When the Oyeku comes, everybody in the room stands up, clutches their chest, spins around in circles, throws.
And so Oyeku is the opposite. Okay. So instead of 1 1 1 1, it's 2 2 2 2 on both sides. So that is the marking of Oyeku. Okay. So when the Opwele drops, it'll drop like that to show that marking. Let's go.
Their arms up in the air and make animal sounds saying, oh my God, you're going to die, you're going to die, you're going to die, right? When Oyeku comes.
No, we don't do that, but yeah.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm impressed.
No.
But Oyeku from the Elysian, Oye Iku. Oh, I did that wrong. you know. Oye Iku means the mother, the spirit of the mother of death. And death in the Yoruba linguistic sense is not, oh my God, you're going to die. Death means end of cycle.
Right. End of cycle. That's how we've been taught, is end of cycle.
Oh,
so
good,
whatever
good.
it is that cycle ends, and that, you know. But
yeah, that's somebody you studied with read one of my books. I like it. So the end of cycle. The Yoruba word pa, which means decapitate, is not a reference to taking a machete and cutting off somebody's head. It's the end of the old self, the end of the old Ori, the end of the old consciousness. So when death comes, you're invoking for the death of illness, the death of loneliness, the death of poverty, the death of confusion, the death of uncertainty, and so on, so on, so on. Oyeku. All right. Iwari from the Elysian, AWO Ori, meaning I am the mystery of consciousness. What is the mystery of consciousness? Consciousness is always changing. It's either expanding or shrinking. If consciousness expands, we call it E-ray. If it shrinks, we call it EB. EB does not mean Orisha hates you. Doesn't mean that, never meant that, never will mean that. The word EB is the Yoruba word for umbilical cord. Umbilical cord is symbolic of letting go of something you don't need. So if you're a baby born in the world, the doctor cuts the umbilical cord because that cord becomes toxic if you don't separate it from the baby, right? So the same idea in Ifa. If you think, I don't know, if you have some cockamamie idea about different racial groups or whatever, as long as you hold on to that, you're holding on to an idea that does not allow you to fully develop your consciousness. Erase simply means good fortune. All right. So OD, from the Elysian O, ED, spirit. ED is female reproductive organs. Odu means womb, but ED is fallopian tube, birth canal.
All right, so let me just make a statement here. Okay, so I want you to, I want to just give you, like, just, you guys are not picking up on this. So each Odu has an opposite Odu. So in this one, it's, you know, what they call it is open and closed, expansion and contraction, light versus dark, 2 versus 1, right? So at Yogbe, you have 4 light, 4 light on the right side, 4 light on the left. Okay. In Iwari, in Oyeko, you have dark, 2 dark on the left hand, 4 dark on the left hand side, 4 dark on the right hand side. Okay. Iwari, you have 2 dark on the top and bottom, 2 light on the inside, 2 light on in the middle, right? OD, 2 light on the top and bottom, 2 dark on the inside. So each one kind of complements each Odu, has its equal and opposite Odu. You understand what I'm saying? So when it comes out, these are the numbers and how it goes equal and opposite. You understand what you see? You see how it's kind of like the patterns are kind of matching up. See this? That's how it's done. Okay. So now we're on OD. But I wanted to show you that pattern so you can realize the pattern. I mean, we could go through. I don't.
So that's an obvious symbol for rebirth. All right. Erosun from the Elysian. Osun, meaning the possession by Osun. Osun is the staff that connects to the fetus of a baby at the moment of connection with an ancestral spirit. Osun has the function of guarding our consciousness, but Osun, the word Erosun is also a synonym for menstrual blood. Menstrual blood is the mechanism through which we receive genetic inheritance. Are you following?
Definitely.
Owanrin, bring with my hand. Owoten, Orin. It's actually song of the hand or the intention of the hand. So as humans, we can either bring good fortune or bring bad fortune. Owanrin. It's an encounter with Eshu that either brings us clarity or confusion. Owanrin. All right. Obara from the Elysian. Obabara.
Hold on, I'm just trying to like make sure I have the signs up here, the symbols up here as you go, so you can actually see it for yourself. So when he goes to Oranwin, that you guys can see what that means. So you'll assume. So all right, let's go.
All right. So that's an obvious symbol for rebirth. All right. Erosun from the Elysian. Osun, meaning the possession by Osun. Osun is the staff that connects to the fetus of a baby at the moment of connection with an ancestral spirit. Osun has the function of guarding our consciousness. But Osun, the word Erosun is also a synonym for menstrual blood. Menstrual blood is the mechanism through which we receive genetic inheritance. Are you following me?
All right, so he just said menstrual blood, right? So what's the next one?
Owanrin, bring with my hand. Owotan, Orin. It's actually song of the hand or the intention of the hand. So as humans, we can either bring good fortune or bring bad fortune. Owanrin. It's an encounter with Eshu that either brings us clarity or confusion. Owanrin. All right. Obara from the Elysian. Obabara. The spirit of the fathers brings taboo. Okay, what's the spirit of the fathers? That's the story of Obakoso. In Obara, Ifa says that controlling others is taboo. Demanding that other people do what you say is taboo. It's called arrogance. The admonition, which is the opposite of taboo, is to move in the world with humility. In Yoruba, that's suru, meaning cool-headed. Suru, humility. Ifa teaches that humility brings alignment with destiny. Hello? Okanran means the spirit of the heart anchors us or anchors us to the world. Okan is heart. O spirit. Ron connects us to a thing. All right. So Okanran represents new beginning. If you're confused and you become unconfused, you have a major physical and mental spiritual transformation. That's Okanran. Ogunda from the Elysian. Ogun Da. O is spirit. Ogun is medicine. Da is divide. The spirit of medicine divides. So this is the point. The first 8 Odu represent the descent of Ashe from heaven to earth. When you get to Ogunda, that Ashe crystallizes and starts to move back towards its point of origin. So Ogun represents the birth of civilization. Each of the 4 Odus comes in a cycle of life, death, transformation, and rebirth. Ogun is the cycle of life as it relates to returning to the land of the ancestors, the potential destruction of civilization is through Osa, the spirit of disruption. Osa would be natural disasters. It's similar to the Tower card in tarot. Okay, so Ika is Yoruba for take a breath. There's no elision here. It's just one word. That gesture like that is Ika. In Ika, we draw the resources to us necessary to make effective prayer. Ika is the Odu through which we have the ability to connect to the ancestral mothers, otherwise known as Iami. Oturapon means Otutu Ro Opon, or let's see, the spirit of coolness on the big toe. Remember I talked about the big toe connection to the ancestors? In Oturapon, our connection with our ancestors is the state of consciousness that brings us immunity from physical disease. So Oturapon represents the source of contagious disease or disease from the earth. But with every contagion is the seed of healing or immunity, right? You with me?
Yep.
Otora from the illusion Otutu Ra, that's the Yoruba word for mystical vision. Otutu Ra means the spirit of coolness brings taboo. When you decide you want to create a spiritual discipline, first thing you do is meditate about the question of what that looks like. Otutu Ra is that process of trying to figure out what a good life looks like. Irate from the Elysian Ire Ate means good fortune at the crossroads, right? Ire Ate, crossroads. Good fortune at the crossroads is where there's also an inference of burying your good fortune here, not to throw it away, but to hold it for a rainy day. So irate is the Yoruba word for spiritual discipline. So Oshe from the Elysian O-Ashe, meaning the spirit of power. That's the ability to have your prayers heard in heaven. Ofun from Ofun, meaning the spirit of purity. That's having your prayers answered. So with those 16 principles, I just gave you the key to understanding all 256 Odu without having to look it up in the book. So here's how you use the key. The right leg is what's so. The minute you wake up in the morning, when your feet touch the ground, that right Odu is with you. Nothing you can do about it. Too bad. Oh, well. The left Odu is how your day unfolds and what the lessons are that you're bringing for that day. So if the left leg is something good, you do prayers to bring it to you. If it's something you don't want to deal with, you do prayers to move it away from you. All right. So name me an Odu, any Odu, where the right leg or the left leg are different.
So Irete Agbe.
Yeah, okay. That's really good. And it also happens to be my Ita. So now you're just spooking me out. Irite Ogbe says that spiritual discipline leads to perfect alignment with destiny. Whoa, that's a sentence. It actually means something. Oh no. Give me another one.
Oturapon Osa.
Yes. Resistance to taking care of your health leads to disruption in the physical world. Another one that made sense. Who knew? This is amazing. Give me one more.
Osa Irusun.
Yes. That actually, so disruption in the physical world leads to deeper connection with the ancestors. That particular Odu incarnates effective skill as a medium for Egum. So all of so I don't know if you've noticed.
Wow. Wow. That's pretty cool.
Huh?
So that's
very
cool.
Cool. I didn't have to look up one, did I? Yeah, very, very cool. So the point is, if you read the verses by themselves, most of the time they make no sense. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
You read it and you think, well, what the heck does that mean?
Right. It'll be like a duck went across a thing. Two lambs jumped over a stick.
Right, and a cow uses its tail more than once to swat a fly. What the hell does that mean? Right? So, I'm
you
telling
read
the
the
truth.
ODU, you'll know what we're talking about. If you read it, I can get the book and read some of it.
But my point is, if you understand the metaphysical principles, those principles are the key that'll trigger the message. And the verses are, in fact, invocations, many of which have no meaning. The verses contain words that trigger the resonance that solve the problem. And here's what I mean by that. If you want to be rich and you say, Mama, I need money, I want abundance, give me some money. That is prayer from a place of poverty, and you'll be stuck in the poverty because that's the resonance you're putting out in the world. We become abundant by invoking the resonance of wealth and standing in that frequency and saying, I am a person who is wealthy. And until we make that shift in how we approach Odu and Ebo, we're just spinning our wheels and wasting our time. Let me give you a clearer example. Have you ever been blessed to go to a Native American rain ceremony?
No, I haven't.
Well, a shaman who makes the rain for Native American cultures will go to the top of a mountain, draw a circle, sit in the circle, put his hands out like this, and remember what it felt like to get wet from the rain. And that remembering puts his aura in the right frequency to attract the rain and make it rain on earth. And so all AWO works that way. So every verse, the name of the diviner is this problem. The name of the client is the solution. The name of the diviner is the Ofo Ashe, or power word, to invoke the solution that'll change your consciousness to resonate at the frequency that'll fix the problem. People who think that problems are solved by goat blood have no understanding of our faith. That's the silliest idea I've ever heard in my life. We have goat's blood. We use it as an offering to thank God for creating food to allow us to live in abundance on earth. But we offer animals as payment to the people who come to pray for us. If you live in a village in Ode Ramo, there is no supermarket. There is no Kroger's. If you invite a dozen AWOs to your house to pray for you, you're expected to feed them. And we feed them by offering a goat to Eshu, usually, or Ifa, and that becomes the food, right? If you've been to an AWO, you'll see that it's food. They divvy the food up. It's a really serious thing. People make sure they get their fair portion for doing the work. It's got nothing to do with the fact that some cockamamie belief that goat blood is going to fix the problem. The only religion that believes in sacrifice and blood as a solution to the problem is Christianity, which teaches if you eat the blood of Jesus, your sins will be forgiven. And they re-amplify the Eucharist every year by offering. The Pope offers a sheep on a cross and lets it on fire, and that's the magical formula for turning animal blood into Ashe. But we don't do that in Ifa. The transformation of Ashe or resonance comes solely within the Ori. And we do that by projecting the Ori onto the client. So let me put it in a different way. And here's the secret of initiation. You ready for the secret of initiation?
Sure.
You come to me and you say, I want to be initiated into Ogun. And I say, no problem. I'll put you into possession with Ogun. That's kind of a strange thing to promise, wouldn't you say? I'm going to put you in possession with Ogun. Who the hell says that? I'll tell you who says that. Ela, each Orisha is Ashe from a particular chakra. Chakras are called Iwaju in Yoruba. So when you're a priest of Ela, all your chakras open at the same time. So you come to me and I'm in possession with Ela. The oracle says I need to put you in possession with Ogun. I then become a shapeshifter through the use of Ariki and focus all my Ashe through my heart chakra, which is the chakra through which Ogun speaks. In that moment, my possession by Ela shifts to possession by Ogun. And by getting close enough to you to feel that Ashe, you get your heart chakra opened as well, and you become possessed by Ogun. So initiation is what I would call a big abo. Abo is what I would call a small initiation. It's the same process, using Ashe to alter consciousness. There will be a quiz
at the end of this. Interesting. Wow. And then I wanted to read. I think it was I think it's Agbe Wari. It says an elder who sits without leaning back gives the appearance of a person standing. That's one of the.
Yeah. Okay. So do you want to unpack that? What that means?
Yeah. What does that mean? Right.
Yeah. What was the Odu again?
It was 3-3. Agbe Iwari.
Yeah. Okay. So Ogbe means perfect alignment with your destiny. Sometimes when we're in perfect alignment with our destiny, the next step is, oh my God, I'm confused. What's the next step? In Iwari, E-L-O-R-E, we're confronted with the fact that we can either move forward or backward. Iwari, in a sense, is a state of confusion. So perfect alignment with destiny leading to confusion. And what the oracle is saying is that the elder who sits quietly with their back straight and suru or inner peace, who appears to be clear and not confused, will be, by the way he holds his body, able to access the clarity that he seeks.
Oh, wow.
So once you know the symbolic meaning of the metaphysics, the verse becomes extremely clear and easy to interpret.
Right. That's.
That's what.
I'm sorry, my daughter. She always comes right when I'm in the middle.
That's all right. Listen, we've done an hour. I'm going to call that a class. Next week, are you ready for what I'm going to do next week?
Yeah. What we're going to do next? What are we going to do next
week? I'm going to teach the 16 different versions of divination used by Ifa for those who believe there's only two, Opoile and Ikin. The reason they believe there's only two is because they're mistaken. All right, so we're going to go over all the different variations of tools for divination and a brief summary of how to use them. And then we'll take a deeper dive into the issues that come up with divination, and we'll all be expert diviners by the end of the month. All right?
Sounds like a plan to me.
So I want to thank you for supporting my work and taking the time to speak to me, and by not calling me names, because my opinions are different than some people's. It's really been a blessing to speak with you and share some time. We'll do it again.
Definitely. Thank you so much. And if you give me some of the subject, I'll get some imagery to like match what you're saying, so that we could
I'll do that actually. Yeah, I'll do that. We'll have that. The first form of divination I'm going to teach is the use of a goat head for divining. Have you ever seen that done?
No.
When you offer a goat, you throw the head up in the air, and if it lands neck down, the offer is accepted. If it lands neck up, then you got to pray some more. So we need a picture of a goat's head with the neck down and one with the neck up. Hello.
I'll get on that. I'll get that immediately.
When you go to Africa,
I have to make that in AI. I don't know if I got it.
Let's say that, but whatever. But when you go to Africa for the first time, you see people throwing goat heads in the air. You won't say, "What the heck is going on?" You'll know, because Falokun gave you a clue that that's a system of divination.
Oh, okay. Well, they do the same thing at a football game, basketball game, when they do the heads or tails.
Listen, 100% the same. You're right. Absolutely. Yes.
Right. Wait, heads or tails. That's why it's called heads or tails, right? So that's probably where it came from, right?
It is exactly showing the African origins of that system in divination. 100%. Wow. Very perceptive. Yes.
And I heard something about entrail. People like read the entrails of
animals. Yeah, that's a little different. But we can go into that a little bit if you want. But here's the point, just as a heads up for the next class. You can divine with 1 cowrie, 2 cowries, 4 cowries, 8 cowries, 16, and like that. Each one of those systems is all interrelated to these same 16 principles. So to see how those different combinations of implements refers to the different principles we just reviewed becomes the next class.
And we have the
Yeah, that's a good picture. We'll use that one for sure. Yes, Obi Abada has male and female pieces, which means Obi Abada is different from 4 calories. 4 pieces of Obi Abada has 6 combinations. Calories has 5.
Okay. Then you have the coconut.
Coconuts has 5, like the Cowerie Shells, but we'll explain all that next time.
So we'll get deeper in. We just showed you some of the divination. You guys are already aware of the chain, the chain,
right?
And then
in AFA sometimes they throw 2 chains at once. That's called a big ba. Sometimes they just throw 1 leg, and that's like throwing 4 calories. And also, you ever seen the Abeji statues where the heads are chained together?
Yeah.
That's divination as well, used in Ogboni to decide if a person is innocent or guilty of a crime. 3 people throw the chained heads together, 3 faces up, innocent, 3 or more down. It's lights out. So that's serious business. But those are all different systems of divination that as AWO we need to know and understand, because it's our function as AWO not to be high priest, not to be better than everybody. Our job is to preserve the tradition and then teach those aspects of the tradition that are used by a Risha priest as specialists. Like when you go to the doctor, the first doctor you see never treats you. He just tells you who to go see. Same way with Ifa. You come to me, I can't fix everything, but I know who in the community can. And that's my job, is to direct you to that person. And the Ifa priest who claims to be able to fix everything needs to spend another 10, 15 minutes studying our faith, because that's simply not true.
Right. You got certain people that specialize, that are herbalists. You got the,
Here's the rule. Anything you fix in your life is medicine for someone else. I've never had a issue with alcoholism. If you come to me with that issue, it would be ineffective and inappropriate for me to try and heal you. I would simply refer you to AA. That's the principle at play with healing within IFA.
Mm-hmm. Right. Like, how can I try to heal you of alcoholism and I never drank alcohol?
Exactly.
Or overcame alcohol.
And nor can, as a man, can I heal anything that is a consequence of sexism. That's why women heal women and men heal men in IFA. If a man tries to heal a woman of anything related to child abuse, he's delusional, because he has no voice of authority.
And probably creepy, you know what I'm saying, at the same time.
Very creepy. I'm going to go. Stay safe.
All right. Talk to you soon. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Abu Aboye Abo Shishe. Thank you.
Okay, let's have our very last lesson. The proper greeting for an elder is Aburu Aboye, nothing else. The words Aburu Aboye means I lift my burden from the earth. Aboye Aboshishe, which is my response to it, is I take your burden and give it to heaven. So if you say Aburu Aboye Aboshishe, you've already blessed yourself and there's nothing for me to say. So let's have a real conversation in Yoruba based on the meaning of the words. And I'm not trying to beat you up. Most people don't realize that. But trust me.
I thought that your thing was Worry Wolfoon. Okay.
Yeah, that we'll go with that. But
Abaru Aboye Aboshishe.
No.
Abaru Aboye.
There you go. And I say Aboye Aboshishe. I can say Worry Wolfoon, which adds to the blessing. The truth is, after I've said Aboye Aboshishe, I can pray for you until my gums bleed. There's no restriction on that. You understand? But we need to set it up in the traditional way for the conversation to make sense.
Okay, right. So you guys are learning a lot here. In this 1 hour, I think that we've learned a lot. So thank you guys.
Hopefully, I want to get everybody up to speed soon so we can provide an alternative to the knuckleheads that are claiming to make America great. I'm not convinced they're doing a good job.
Right.
But we love them anyway, and we wish them well. We just wish they would stop trying to tell us what to do. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Stay safe.
All right. You too. Man, that was a beautiful thing. Like, you know what? It was interesting because, you know, my channel got flagged for trying to play the Orisha music during the full moon, which I heard that your channel's gonna get flagged. In my mind, I heard, listen, if you play this, your channel's gonna get flagged. In my mind, I heard it, but I was like, you know what? I don't care. I wanted to celebrate the Orishas on the full moon, and so I played it. And guess what? My channel got flagged. So hey, welcome. So
I had to turn my speaker off. Listen, your hair is beautiful. I love it.
Oh, thank you. I still got it. I'm just like, you know, kind of I didn't set my camera up. That's why I'm like not I don't like to like show myself from this angle because everybody be like, you know, start getting to talking and saying certain stuff. So, but I still got my little hair though.
Well, that's okay though. You know me and your turban.
Right. You didn't like the turban. Everybody got a problem with my little turban. What's wrong with my turban?
Listen here. You know what I said. I ain't finna say it live.
But yeah, girl.
Either way, you know, because I'm you know, I be cutting my nails off, I take my jewelry off, all this. I hate I missed this stream, right? Because like I said, I do wear my Cowerie beads and I don't, and I do and I don't, like my waist beads. I have a sets of waist beads that I don't take off. But I do have to cut down now. It is, but it's same with my Cowerie beads. The ones that are for my waist beads that I take off. I have a set of Cowerie bead earrings. I actually make two that I wear with my earrings. These earrings specifically, I don't take on and off frequently. So when you see me with my Cowerie bead earrings, I may wear them for a few months and then I take them off and I put my earrings in because I don't do gold as much or silver, these kind of things because of the allergic reaction. Y'all know how I'm high allergenic. So it's those reasons why for my earrings. But as far as my beads, it's for the according to season purposes and whatnot, when I take them off for alignments and things of that nature. So that's why I don't wear them as often like that. That's my principle in my walk. But I never knew, you're the first EFI person, or maybe even a second, that I've met and your culture and whatnot. So the only little thing that kind of, I'll say used to it, don't, because I know you a little more now, that kind of used to tick me with you is because you're EFI, and you would always resource to something of China or something to that. Not that it was really a big problem, but because you were EFI. You see what I'm saying? And that kind of would, you know, well, the Chinese do this and the Chinese. No, when you know, that's like when somebody say that German thing, the Holocaust or the German thing. I can't think of it. You always catch me when I'm smoking. The Germans had this Holocaust and the German thing, and they'll result to that kind of thing. But we had our own problems as slaves. So we don't need to refer to something that happened to somebody else when we had our own situations. We had our own things that we dealt with. So we don't really need to refer to something that happened to somebody else. We can refer back to our own things. You know, not that they didn't go through their own stuff. And, you know, I agree to what happened to them, you know, because it was terrible, but it was not more or less than what happened to slaves. You know, when you was on that transatlantic ship, laid on top of each other like sardines and people peeing and pooping on you, you know, I get that y'all were in camps and mud and rain and all that kind of stuff. But to travel in a ship, packed like sardines and that kind of stuff, and then threw over the ship, when you died, I don't know which one was worse. I think that one would have been a little more worse.
Right. So when you talk about your cowrie shells on your hair, are you aware? Tell me what you know about the cowrie shells.
I knew that they were used at a time for practices for maybe healing. I knew that they were used for with our waist beads. I knew that they were also used for senses of money, to a sense, because money
definitely currency. It was currency.
Money was not money at that time, you see, and so they were used for trade and money and things of that nature. It was also worn for a sense of culture and inherency. You see what I'm saying? So it showed this kind of saying where you were, who you were, and what you were. You see what I'm saying? Not as such as in a royalty, but as in a status of a person. You see what I'm saying? So what area were you from? And the traditions and who you were. So it had a whole, it stood for a whole lot, like maybe in an integrity of a person. You see, so the culture, traditions, and those things. And so it made it part of a trade and a value.
Right. So when we talk about also the cowrie, we talk about currency, right? From when I talked to a brother Oba, he talked about, okay, before the other version of currency was, I think, rice and then also sand, right? But the thing is that, weighing that out could be very tedious. So with calories, it made it a lot easier to count the currency, right? And how much it was, how many calories you held, because who was going to sit there and count that much rice? You have to weigh it, and then based on that weight would be how much rice you had, how much sand you had, different things. So then they came up with the calorie system, and then that was able to be counted and things like that. And so that if you actually think about it, what do they flip during a football game? A coin, a
Correct.
And also calorie. If you look at the design of the calorie, it's symbolic of a woman's labia.
See, that's why I say I wish I was here a little earlier, because I would have really loved to gather more information, because that was so long ago, and you see what I'm saying? So I would have really enhanced and learned something a little more, because again, you are maybe the second Orisha I knew, but I didn't know as much as I know now meeting you. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yep. And so I think that that's why it was one of the first divination systems, the Cowerie Shell, based on that. So you have like the first divination system, and then the Opwele and all those other things came, So
I can appreciate that.
Yeah. So you said that you do divination with your cowrie, and what AWO Falokun said is, as long as you have the pure intention of your heart when you're doing it, people could like say whatever, well, you're not doing it right, whatever. But as long as you're pure with what you're doing and how you do it, that is what feeds the energy of that particular divination system. So. Because I, ran into some people saying, well, you have to go through this, and be this, boom, 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 boom. But, some people also just have that innate ability to be able to open up the portal to be able to get the correct information. So, but I wanted to know, how did you get into cowrie divination?
It was part of my walk. It was part of my walk. It was part of my walk, and I've been in and out of different divinations, let's say it that way, because every practice or religion, region of living did not have a Bible. It was a practice.
Right, because you, for people that don't know, you have pendulums, you have so many, you're scrying. What types of divination systems have you used in the past? I mean, there's also those tuning for, not tuning, but it's these two metal rods you can have. And then if they turn a certain way, that can be...
Those are pitchforks to a degree, right? They use them in medicine, right? And we also use them If anybody is in music, we also use them in music. So again, it's in the intent, right? So it's a tuning fork, pitchfork, tuning fork. Pitchfork was used for hay. They added another spike in the middle, right?
No, I was trying to say no. Well, that's interesting that
You see what I'm saying? Because in this tuning fork is 2, and a pitchfork is 3, and then a regular fork is 4, right? And then depending on what size of the fork to eat with, you see what I'm saying? Then you got a fork in the road, and then you got, see what I'm saying? So it goes.
So you're saying that actual tuning, I was actually talking about something different, but you're saying the tuning fork is actually a form of divination.
We see, because it is. And it's the same as a magnet, right? That attracts. So it depends on what you're talking about, right? Because it almost depends on where I was and who I was with, because they all kind of used it. Depending, I could have been within Buddha, but at the same time, it might have not been that, but I could have been Vantis. Now, that didn't have to be 7-day, but it was still a Vantis. Do that make sense?
Right.
Okay, so again, I'm not exactly sure, because I remember when my son got married and he called me, because he's Lutheran. He said, "Mom, ain't we Lutheran?" I said, "I don't know what I was at that time, but he's Lutheran, right? I have a daughter that's Methodonius, but that's, so I got 5 children. Some of our religions, and I'm a Kemetic practitioner, but my spiritualism, we're practitioners. So does that knock out any one religion? No. Especially when Kemet traveled Africa, and people right now is calling Egypt like Africa, and Egypt is not Africa.
Egypt is Africa. It's part of North Africa. And here's the question:
it's a part. Hold up.
It's in Africa.
It's in Africa, but it's not Africa. Africa is still Africa. Egypt is not Africa.
Well, that's a whole nother topic right there.
Okay, but that's the whole thing. Egypt is not Africa.
Well, why?
Africa is Africa. Egypt is not Africa.
Egypt's on the continent of Africa.
Thank you, but is it Africa? So if
currently it's more.
If Egypt is Africa, right? Then what is Nigeria? Is Nigeria Egypt?
That's Africa.
Thank you. So what are you saying? If you cancel out everything and make it Egypt, then you're canceling out Africa. You're canceling out Kenya. You're canceling out everything else. Egypt is only in Africa like everything else.
Right.
Egypt is not Africa. It's just a part of Africa. It's within Africa.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's part of Africa. Exactly.
Thank you. So this is the problem. When you're canceling out everything, Egypt was the beginning.
Yeah, a lot of people try to make Egypt
started out in Canaan,
everything,
and it moved through Africa. So Canaan started one place, and Egypt landed throughout another part in destiny. So because it had several different marking periods where it rose and fell. So we making Egypt Africa, and Egypt is not Africa. So this is why we're going to have these conversations, because these conversations are being convoluted, mixed up and polluted. So I appreciate you, because again, my journey is different, but everybody has a journey. And so when I got my Cowerie beads, I did get them, and I do practice and using them, but I picked it up along the way. I'll be 60 in a couple of months. So my memory is not as jargon as it should be. But when I come in and remember, I go, oh yeah, I remember now. But it's going to take me a minute. That's all I'm asking. You see what I'm saying? I'm not going to say what you don't know is not right, because I don't know what you know. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm just trying to build with you. And that's why I appreciate you. That's it.
So what were the divination practices in Egypt?
Listen, they had everything has two sides, right? So what they practiced in the morning was the I haves. This is principles, right? So your principles was what you have not done in the morning, and then at night is what you it was I will not is what you said in the morning, 42 of them, and then in the evening is what I have not done. And those things that even if you have, because when you started out not saying I will not do, and at night, if you had did any of those 42 things, those are the things that you need to check and correct. Because it's a personal journey. It's a personal walk. The oppressor is the impressor. Because every time you try to prove something to somebody to make them wrong, you end up proving them right, when the proof is to prove it to yourself. You leading by example. And this is where it starts at. So that's the journey right there.
But I'm saying, so you're saying that the negative confessions of Ma'at was a divination practice?
The negative confessions is the positive confessions, all at the same time, right? Anything you did wrong, only you can make that right. So anything you did negative, only you can make that positive. For nothing beats a failure but a try. I can't fix your wrong, and ain't no right way to do wrong. So am I right or am I wrong at this point? Or
So
let's
you're
down.
So you're saying,
hold up, let's do it simpler.
Okay.
When you're a baby and you are crawling and you pull yourself up on a table and take your first step and you fall, do you continue crawling or do you get up again and try to walk?
Yeah, most babies will try to get up and try to
All
walk.
babies do, because nothing beats a failure but a try. All babies learn how to walk. Even sometimes when we grab their hands and hold them and they walk with us.
So what is your definition of divination? Like a lot of time people demonize divination and say
that's people.
Not doctor.
Okay, because you said it yourself, the intentions.
Right.
Either it's in you or it's not. Either somebody gonna help place it in you, and it's in you or it's not. Because again, only you can fix the wrong that you did and make it right.
So a lot of times what people will say is, well, if you guys have these divination practices, then why is XYZ still this, that, the other? How come we haven't had a cure for XYZ? What is your...
Again, listen to me. Do your heart pump out blood and it reciprocates through your body and pump it back in? Or do it go outside your body and then some water or something have to come back in and pump your blood back in?
It pumps through the body, but you do.
All right. So out and in throughout your body. Correct?
Yes.
Right? So this is the same process. Either it's in you or it's not. In order to correct anything that you did wrong, you got to fix that, don't you?
Exactly.
Yep. You got to fix that, though, don't you?
Exactly.
Even if somebody gave you some help, you still got to fix it or it ain't going to work. Am I right?
Pretty much.
Okay, so what are we saying? You got to do the practice. I can't do it for you. You got to do the practice. If I want to lose weight, you can't lose weight for me. I got to do it. I got to back up off the table. I got to eat right. I got to do exercise. I got to do whatever it is for me to lose it. You can't do that for me.
Exactly. So when people will say, like, hey, you got to read and you got
I just want somebody to blame at that point.
Right.
Because again, it's per. And who's per? Me. Per request. My request. So if you don't want to do the work and you don't want to measure the work, you just want somebody to blame. Because it's two parts. Either you're gonna do it or you're not.
So what you're saying is prayer and divination are one and the same. It's
That's what the Bible said. It said if you're gonna pray, don't worry. If you're gonna worry, don't pray. I don't know. That's your book. Follow the rules. Because at the end of that book, it says Simon was the leader. So do what Simon said.
So the biggest takeaway here, what I would say is that, divination is not meant to replace common sense.
Divination is no different from addition. Where you taught to add and subtract. That's what they said. Don't put more on your plate than you could chew.
Yep.
All right, then. So divination was no more than addition. Don't put on more than you can handle. Don't bite off more than you can chew.
And pretty much it'll just let you know if you're biting off more than you can chew.
All right, so then don't go in over your head.
Reminder of that, right?
Right. Because the season is gonna change. You ain't not gonna get one without the other. Because if everything keep adding up, where are you gonna be? In over your head. So we better make some sense out of this. And stop trying to have somebody to blame. Otherwise, you are the one to blame. Because people be saying, when you got pointing one finger at somebody, you got four pointing back at you. I don't know where your thumb at, because you ain't never point your thumb back at yourself. I can't get it. But hey. And then because they don't know, that makes you slow. So I'm going to be slow to a lot of people. And I don't mind. Because some people have a lot of jobs and some people have careers. Some people don't make a lot of sense, but wisdom is a two-pointed scale. On one side, you're wise, and on the other side, somebody dumb. And take that for whatever it's worth. And I love you much, sister, and we're going to chat on the next one. Gotcha.
Wow. Thank you so much for your time here. Thank you. I want to show a divination show. I'm gonna try to find.
Okay, well, let me watch it right quick. I want to smoke. That's why.
I wanted to show the E5 divination.
Okay, well, let me see it, please.
So we can actually see it being done, so that people can get an idea. All right, so. All right, so for those that have been watching the show up to this point, right, you guys have seen how this gets done. The Babalao throws a puele, then a marking is done, and we've shown you how the odus are, right? So you should be able to go back and look at the odus, and you should be able to tell what two odus are represented here. On the right hand, you have Agbe. On the other one, you have what? Another odu, right? I'm not sure. I think that's. I'm not sure which one. I gotta remember it. But you have Agbe on one end, and you have another odu on the left. I forget what that one is. So that tells a story for the person. All right, so let's go.
The Ifa divination system, which makes use of an extensive corpus of texts and mathematical formulae, is practiced among Yoruba communities and by the African diaspora in the Americas and the Caribbean. The word Ifa refers to the mystical figure Ifa or Orunmila, regarded by the Yoruba as the deity of wisdom and intellectual development. In contrast to other forms of divination in the region that employ spirit mediums, Ifa divination does not rely on a person having oracular powers, but rather on a system of signs that are interpreted by a diviner, the Ifa priest or Babalawo, literally the priest's father. The Ifa divination system is used whenever an important individual or collective decision has to be made. The Ifa literary corpus, called Odu, consists of 256 parts, subdivided into verses called esse, whose exact number is unknown, as they are constantly increasing. There are around 800 esse per Odu.
So let me pause this right here. So you hear how, so what he's doing is singing the Odu.
Correct.
And so the Odu is done in song format. Each Odu has its song and its verses. Just like how a song has verses, choruses, all that stuff. And so what happens is you have a call and response. So this is how Ifa scripture, the I would say the literal, when they say the literal corpus is passed down orally through
Tradition.
children and to priests. It's in song format.
Mhm.
So what you're listening to is a person singing the Odu. So let's go.
Each of the 256 Odu has its specific divination signature, which is determined by the Babalawo using sacred palm nuts and a divination chain. The esse, which are considered the most important part of Ifa divination, are chanted by the priests in a poetic language. The esse reflect Yoruba history, language, beliefs, worldview, and contemporary social issues. The knowledge of Ifa has been preserved within Yoruba communities and handed down through Ifa priests.
All right. So what I want to so this is a not just a verbal system. People say, well, where's the written aspect of it? No, this is a language. It's a song. It's chants. It's that's what it is, right? And you saw him pounding that thing onto so that round the actual plate that you see is representative of womb, and that piece that the Babalawo pounds on there is similar to a penis, like a phallic structure, and so it's almost to simulate copulation. So it is how that Odu came into play. The Odu, which is that binary thing that causes matter and things to come into existence. As you guys can see, so Ifa is oral tradition, not just like a passed down like just by someone telling blah 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 blah, but through song. So when I tried to explain that in other instances, people just didn't understand what it was. It's like, okay, a person knows the song of the Odu.
Okay. And do they call them hymns, or do they call them, what do they call? Like,
well, they're verses. They're actual verses.
They just call them verses.
Yeah, it's like they're
Okay.
just
No, that's not a problem. I'm just asking.
So it's like it's just they really just call it the Odu. There's not even a
Okay.
They have to say verses in order for English people to understand it. But
Well, I was like, if you call it the Odun, I would, that's more respectable, and I appreciate that. But
yeah, so the Odu is pretty much
that's what it's called, the song.
It is the manifestation of how things, with the final thing of how something comes into existence.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Okay. And that makes sense, especially when you explain it. It's the Odu.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes, I like that. That's the explanation for it, and that's what it's called. And so when you call it, then that's what it is, and that's what the respect of it is. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
instead of trying to break it down, I'm finna land. Instead of trying to break it down and call it something else, no, we need to call it what it is and give it its due respect. You see what I'm saying? Because that's the problem sometimes. If you're not calling it manifestation, if it's not, I get that it is part of a manifestation, but if it's called this, then let's call it what it is.
Right. So Odu commonly refers to the 256 volume of sacred binary coded verses within the West African Yoruba Ifa divination system. It signifies divine knowledge, wisdom, and energetic cosmic forces that govern creation. Often acted as a guide through Ifa, through life's as a through life.
You see, and that's why people have a problem with the middle nature. You see what I'm saying? Because you want to make it be something that it's not, but it is what it is. You see what I'm saying? Because it was, it's a pictorial anime. They use animals to define, because a language was not there. So it was a language in a hymn form, but it used animals for a system, yet it was also to break a code for hymns to pronounce words, letters. That letter came out for the alphabet, right? And so, but if you try to combine this story and crunch a bunch of it, that actually was from all these different dynasties, and after 10 years, we call that what? After 10 years, we call that a generation or so, then why are we trying to crunch it all right now and make it seem like something that's not, when it was dynasties, eras, and centuries? But when you try to teach it, you didn't teach it like that now. That's why kids are in elementary, then they go to junior high, then they go to high school, then they go to college. And that's how you had to teach it. But when it comes right now, we trying to crunch it all together. Like, no, it was not taught like that. And you are not going to crunch it together and teach it like that, because the information wasn't available. and there was no way that somebody just discovered something in the 1960s and in 1980, it was taught in school. No, they had to teach it, and they broke it down in different categories, and then they was making it available a little bit at a time.
Exactly. Because in order to not be, I would say, like watered down.
Thank you. And they were putting in the water, and just like they watered it down, and more now today than you knew in the 60s when they were discovering it, and they still have whitewashed it now. You're not finna just throw it out here and then do it to the people like that. That's a lie. You can't just throw it all together right now and then throw it to the people like that. That's a lie. Because it was never fed that way. And then you saying we debunking our elders, but today we using data. What data? The data from the elders? The elders you debunked? If the elders' data is debunked, then so are the theories that you use to debunk it. That makes no sense. I can't say Gemini's grandmother stuff don't make no sense if I use her stuff to prove it. And now I don't need her.
Right.
Everything she said I'm using it to see if it was true or not. That made no sense. Especially when it's the stuff I needed. You using Gemini's ancestor bones.
Right.
Without her bones, you can't say if it's not. You had to wait for her to die. And you were born 20, 30 years, 1,000 years later.
Well, you know what's even deeper? If we actually break it down, and I'm going to do a show about this, is that we'd be surprised how many times we have been here before. We are not, this is not our first time on this earth, but that's a whole nother story. Let's go into
deep for some people, and that's why I rock with everything and nothing at the same time, because that's another religion and that's a whole nother something else. And you see what I'm saying? And so that's why when they get to saying they'll go in the paw for this kind of stuff. and this is why I be saying what I say, because that's deep, and that's a whole nother realm. That's a whole nother conversation. That's a whole nother subject, and that's even out of E5 for you to even say that. You see what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying?
No, it's actually in E5. It's crazy because
see what I'm saying? Because I have been in something like that, and that's not even where you supposed. Well, maybe it is now that you said that. See what I'm saying? But people. That ain't,
and you'll get beat
down.
There's listen on some real deep stuff. I can tell you that I think I died in this lifetime with this body, and then continued on a whole nother timeline. I died in that timeline, but then continued on this one because there's slight differences in this timeline than the one I was on when I was actually.
Listen, because if somebody told you that in order for you to balance your Kai, or to reimbalance with until you get this life right, and come back to, let's say if you throw a rock in a pond and you cause ripples, until those ripples come back and that pond gets back to a flat, smooth pond, that you have not stabilized and corrected your life cycles.
Can you imagine? Let me tell you how crazy this could get when you think about it, right? Could you imagine that a person, right, gets in a car accident, okay? In one timeline, they die in that car accident, and then in another one, they have the same recollection of their previous self. They're the same age. In one timeline, those people mourned that person passed on, everything happened. But in another timeline, that person continued to live on, still have memories of the past, of like that life, continues on through their life, like a video game almost level type of stuff. Like you know how like in a video game, and there might be a slight difference, but I might be getting too deep, but
no, I've seen this on Black Mirror. Listen here.
I tell you, this has happened to me several times.
Really?
Yes. And let me tell you something. I have had dreams. My mom passed away prematurely. I have had dreams that seem so real, where my mom was alive, and I was in the dream realm talking to my mother. And it felt so real, and I swear to goodness, whatever that was, my mom did. She continued on, and that it was almost like it was letting me know that no, and somewhere in some other timeline, she's still continuing on. So it's almost like even when now, of course, there's a because you still have you have a destiny that you're supposed to fulfill. So if you don't fulfill that destiny, it is my belief that you just keep continuing until you fulfill the destiny.
Now that's where I was going with the pond and the water and the ripples. So if you it's like throwing a rock in a pond. Now a pond has borders. So once this ripple gets in the pond, right? No matter how many, all the ripples are in the water, no matter how many times, until the ripples end in the pond, right? Until that pond has no more ripples and it comes back into full balance.
You're going to continue just not reliving. So I didn't relive the car accident. I continue.
Listen to me. Listen, it's not reliving the car accident. It's continuing to reincarnate and come back and to clear up all your mistakes in life. So that's the re-life cycle.
But no, here's the thing. But is the reincarnation coming in?
Let me land. Because for everything that you corrupted or made in a life cycle, that's where whatever you're talking about, that's what it was saying. That's what it was saying. So the ripple effect is to come back and fix all of your karmas. And those ripples were to come back and fix all of those karmas. And once all those ripples are fixed and that the water was back smooth, the water, that's when you can finally rest
in peace.
Like
there you go.
Exactly. So that's what that meant. So that's why that's why throwing the stone in the water was used in that. Now I don't know what religion I was at with that, but that's what it was used for, and that's why that was used for that. It's not to come back in that same life, it was to come back in life. Now you could still come back, but you might come back the way you treat people too. So you could come back as a dog, you might come back as a roach, you could come back as anything. So you have to be careful on the way that you treat people and living in your life. So all of that cycling stuff, that was part of that religion too. So when you're doing all of that, those ripples and that effect is also thinking about taking into consideration all of that. So some of these religions or whatever, what have you, they all connect in a certain kind of way. When you walk outside of one, they don't teach it the same. They don't even talk the same, but in this inner type of way, again, it's in the intention, because per se, you had training at home. And if it's in you, it's in you. And if it ain't, it ain't. But you're going to have to be accountable throughout all of them. And when you start accepting some of these things, you become a part of it. So again, if it's in you, it's in you. So if you out here throwing stones and doing all that other stuff, you reap what you sow. So you're going to have to remember all of that, because at the end of the day, the oppressor is the impressor. And that has to be you. You're going to have to be accountable.
Right. But what I'm trying to talk about is that experience I had.
I'm not taking that from you, boo. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Diva.
Because this is what the experience told me, the near-death experience told me. And this is what I see. And this may or not, listen, I'm not old enough in IFA to know if this might even be covered in IFA. And I'll ask the Baba, because we're supposed to be doing another show on Friday, if this is covered.
Okay.
But so what happened is that I was in a flip over car accident. I bled to death. Can't tell me I didn't bleed to death, right? So in that accident, I saw a replaying of my life. What happened is I was bleeding out, and water, because I had severed 3 arteries in my forehead. I'm not even the same person that I was when I got into that accident. I'm a completely different person, but with the memory of that experience before that life of that, right? but I still continue. So what happened is that I believe a part of me died in that accident. A part of me continued on. They pulled me out the car.
Mm-hmm.
They sewed up my head, sans the 3 arteries that I bled out from, with whatever that was. I continued on in life.
Wow.
Another part of me died. Another aspect of who I was died, but I'm still here with the same memory of my childhood and this, that, the other, blah, 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 continuing on, but I'm not the same person. You know what I'm saying? There's like a slight difference in my character that it like changed my whole walk, right? It was like a thing where I was going down this way. You know what? Took this turn instead of that one, ended up premature end of cycle, right? So when you have that premature end of cycle, what I believe happens is that you get put on you get that I would say life cycle ends for that part of you, but then you continue on until you fulfill whatever it is that you came on this earth to do. And it happens time and time again until you do it right, you know. And then when you finally get it right, that's when you're able to finally rest. So I believe that there's different iterations in time. You know, it's I know it sounds crazy, but you know, that's what I believe. I'm not even sure if this is even a part of what Ifa teaches, but I just know that that is something that I know that I experienced. I know that Ifa talks about reincarnation, but I think that reincarnation is something to be looked into a little bit deeper than just that when you die, you come back as a whole new person. Sometimes you come back as the same person, continuing the timeline from the point in which you died.
Okay, now let me ask you another question.
Like a video game. Like, where do you get this concept of you in a video game? Think about this. All that humans create, right? Everything that humans create mimics some aspect of something that really exists, right? They created the car. The car is really a iteration of the digestive system. You put oil in, the oil goes through the engine. The engine, you have like the starter system, all these different things. But all these things represents parts of the body. Microwave, everything that we really, the computer is the brain, you know, how it represents how the brain works. Everything that we use has some aspect that is parallel to the body, right?
Very.
So I believe that our understanding of even video games, right? The fact that you will pass on the video game, you have a game over, but then you'll have a certain amount of times to kind of like, you know, get to the thing. You get like 9, I wouldn't say 9 lives like in a cat, but I think that there's something similar to that. Like, okay, you know, there's something going on that, because I experienced it. I literally have experienced it.
That's why I want to ask you about your experience. It was in a dream state, correct?
No, it was. What do you mean a dream state?
When you talk about your near death, was it actual near death or was it dream state near death?
No, I was in a flip over car accident.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry to hear that.
In my mind, I think it took me some time to realize that I died in that car accident. A portion of me died. Something, me on a certain timeline died in that car accident. But on this one, I continued on. There's slight differences in how everything looks. Things looks different in this timeline than it did in that. It's like a slight change. Like, it might be that something was blue that was red. Like when I was growing up, this said this thing, and they call it the Mandela effect. But I think it's also it's something else. You know what I'm saying? It's a merging of timelines. You know, I think that we recycle and like I said, just like that. When you talk about the ripple, I believe that has something tied to your destiny, to where you're supposed to get to a certain point, and it's almost like a video game to where, okay, you didn't make it to the queen, you know. So okay, start over, but you're gonna start from this. You got to this point, like almost like you got to the, you know what I'm saying? You got to a certain
No, the ripple is where you might have corrected one thing at one point in your life where you was this person, and that you fix that, and now you can you might have ended that point, and then you coming back, and now you fixing another ripple.
yeah. And if you make you could either choose the right direction, the wrong one. If you choose it the wrong way, you might have a premature ending, but then you just continue. And you know this, if you're a software engineer, you know that there's branches, right? So why would the human mind is already teaching us about how things are branched off, right? So one branch might get closed out, like when they're building software, and then they upload a new branch, but you still have everything that you had up to that point. But this new branch might have some bug fixes. It might fix certain things that was wrong in that last thing, and then so now you go on. It's almost like you get like a upgrade,
right? And you get to fix it, and then you know what I'm saying,
continue on, so you could actually see the end goal of when you finally get to your destiny, what that looks like.
Right, and then you finally make, and then like, who was that? Tina Turner, not Tina Turner. Who was it? Tina Marie.
Mm-hmm.
When she sung that song, "I'm Not Coming Back No More."
It's usually like a point where people there's certain people that already probably recycled. They probably did this whole thing, started the game over again.
Yeah, because you know when they know that
started from scratch and then started the whole game over.
I forget
Some
the
people
name of
that had built up enough
a
character to be able to continue on because of how they were living, and they probably had like a certain level of like spiritual power to continue from that point rather than start all over again. You understand what I'm saying?
No, I'm trying to listen. I can't think of the name of the song by Tina Marie. She sung the song. I've been here before. What's the name of that song? I can feel this for sure. I've been
here before. Right.
Right.
I think some people have to recycle back over and be here before. Some people.
That was her song. Listen to what I'm saying. That was her song, letting you know. At the end of that song, she had been here so many times. She was young, she's old, she's rich, she's poor, she's all of these things because she's been here before. This is her last time. She's not coming back no more. She had been she had threw her rock in the pond. She had been here so many times. She knows she's not coming back no more because she going to her final destiny. She can go on to glory or whatever whatever, because she's fulfilled all of it. She's done it all. She's fulfilled the destiny. No more ripples in the water. She's done it. She's fulfilled it all. She's not coming back no more. You see what I'm saying? She's been here so many times. She's fulfilled it. She's filled all her karma, her dharma she's lived in. She's fulfilled it all. There's nothing, no more ripples in her pond. She's done. You see what I'm saying? Once she was a white horse, on a riding on a white horse and all this other stuff. You got to listen to the song, but that was the whole thing for that. You know what I'm saying? So songs tell a lot. It depends on what it is. It's a song for everything, So this is all I'm saying. So you got to stay on point. You on point. I'm not saying that. You see what I'm saying? But because your out of body, inner body experience is telling you something.
No, but here's the thing. It has happened more than once. It happened when I got into the car accident. It happened when I had my baby after I was on the operating table getting the C-section. Like I have experienced almost like a death and living and like a change in the atmosphere around me. Memories, how things were slightly different. I mean, just a tinge of a difference, but it's like I can't tell nobody like, hey, so and so didn't have blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It doesn't seem like I'm insane, right? Like if I actually tell people, like, listen, the timeline I was on, so and so was already dead. So they're alive now. Like I'm like, what? Jesse Jackson was dead. You know, the type of shit. You know, or, like I can't. You know, imagine I'm on a timeline, and in my timeline, like people have already died and everything. But then some like crazy thing happens to me, and I know that I'm supposed to die in this situation. Something crazy happens to where I feel like, okay, I've died, you know, but I wake up probably on the operating table. But then I'm thinking, okay, well, I just survived, right? But then as time is going on, I'm looking at the world around me and things are slightly different. Just a tinge different than what was going on. So what is that? You know?
Yeah, there is some conversations.
Welcome to the welcome man in the high castle. Is there something you wanted to say?
Excellent show, ladies. Thank you. Not right now.
Didn't you have another name?
Who?
The guy that's speaking.
Proud Americans.
Proud Americans. Was it something else like Doc USA or something like that?
No, I think it was like AI Med Spa or AI.
Well, anyway.
No.
Reverend Greenback.
Reverend Greenback.
He's a man in the high castle. Reverend Green.
Well, peace to you. Peace to you. I recognize your voice.
Right.
Hello, sister. How you been?
How you been? I've been fine, thank you.
How's your family?
Fine, thank you. Appreciate
That's
it.
good. That's good.
So what I'm mainly talking about is that this Mandela effect. People think it's about a certain situation, but I believe that what's happening is that people are you might fall asleep, and I believe that we're living in a real life video game.
I
know it sounds off the charts, you know, but everything points to that. Because
some people say we living in a matrix, right? So I can't listen here. At this point, I don't know.
Let me tell you how significant I believe that. Let me tell you how crazy this whole thing has been for me. And I know it sounds insane, but let me tell you this. When I was in the military, okay, I was in basic training, and you know, I got a basic, and I was on my way to tech school in the Air Force, on my way to Washington, D.C. I sat on a plane, and a guy sat next to me. And I was like 18 years old. I mean, green to the world, right? I'm going into the military. I have been completely brainwashed. I'm proud to be an American because at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the man who died and shed his life for me. And a plan he stand up next to you and defenders till today. Ain't no place to give it this love. God bless the USA. Still remember the words. You understand? You understand?
All right.
Level, okay? Sit on a plane on my way to my first duty assignment. Someone sat next to me and gave me for free announce the New World Order and Behold a Pale Horse by William Cooper.
Oh.
He was like, oh, you never heard of this? You never heard about that? I'm like, what? You know, I'm 18. Never heard about none of this, right? Gives me these two books on my way to my first duty assignment at Bowling Air Force Base, Washington, D.C., to work for the Special Investigations, Office of Special Investigations, headquarters, Pentagon, top level, whatever. Why? And then I found out through other people that other people have gotten this book. It was given to them as well. These two books. That there's certain people that was just given this book. Now imagine, I don't know how much this is back in like the 1995. I don't know how much that book was probably worth back then, but it was just given to me. Other people will say, I was given the same book. I know a person, Laurel, that he said I was given it too. Like, someone gave you the book too, right? Didn't have to buy it, just was given to me at 18. Why? So when I joined the military, I'm reading this book and I'm like, what the hell is going on? because I was complete. He said I found mine in a shopping center waiting for somebody. How are this book, right? This profound book. Just you don't have to buy it, it's just given to you, right? And so from that point on, like my whole military experience, everybody else was just military. Me, I was reading this book like, what the fuck is going on? And how is it that everything that this book was saying is coming true right now? And it was given to me at 18 on a plane on my way to the military. And everybody I talked to that knows about this book did not buy it. It was given to them. And I know I'm not trying to sound paranoid or crazy, or they found it like this guy says, but they didn't even have to buy it or look for it. It was somehow betrothed to them. Like, what?
I've never heard of such a book. What is it about? Come on, I'm waiting. Like,
you never heard "Behold the Pale Horse" or "The New
White.
World Order" by William Cooper?
Uh-uh.
These books destroyed me being in the military. Anything about me trying to be a lifetime military active, being in the military. I read that book and I was like, what the hell is going on? Why'd they give it to me though? Because I mean, it was all kind of soldiers heading to DC to go work. Why was I given the book? It fucked me up. I was like, what the fuck? Like man, I don't know. But either way, go ahead. Did you want to say something, man, High Castle?
I would agree on the sense of I don't think I ever bought it, but I do have 2 copies, and it's either I gave one away because I see I have the torn, tattered one. This was probably yanked from a library.
I gave mine to a way too.
Over 20 years ago. But at the end of the day, it's how William Cooper passed away, how he was assassinated. He was hit by 2 sheriffs, local sheriffs. He was hit in his head. He hit one sheriff in the head, but at the same time, there was no apprehension or arrest for his murder. This is actual facts. And this was a year or the same year of 9/11, something of that nature. But yeah, he got shot in the head. He was in his wheelchair. Remember, he was wheelchair bound.
Yeah, why would he get shot in the head in a wheelchair? Like, what was the purpose?
Right. So there was still to this day.
Nothing. Ain't no fighting, nothing. Like, why would you shoot him in the
right.
head? He just beat his ass.
Right. And he had been going off in, like, I guess the deep end at this time. Like someone like Alex Jones pushed away from him. And you see how Alex Jones, he's a watered down version of William Cooper with no military experience.
But you see how they was able to shut him up all of a sudden.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, it's called "Behold the Pale Horse" and announcing the New World Order. I don't even have I gave the book to somebody else too. Like, it's like someone gave it to me and then I gave it to somebody else, and it's like what and I don't even know who the person I even gave it to. It's weird. Like, it just the books just get betrothed to people. Like, I guess the person is like talking, you say, you know what, check these books. Check this out. No, you can have it. It's like, what? And I know that book is worth something right now. I wish I would have kept it. But you know what? I gave it to somebody. That I don't even know who I gave it to.
Yeah, I think anytime now someone has a book of that, probably in the next 5 years, they're just going to be labeled fairly dangerous. If they're found with something like that, bring it to school or something. Yeah, they're going to be labeled fairly dangerous.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I wish I could go back and read that book and be like, and comparative note it, like, just because I know when the stuff I read in it, everything came true from what I read. everything that it said. It broke down everything. The moon, everything you could think of.
Right, as transparent
It broke
as
down the.
it is now, it's hard to say. You know what I'm saying? They probably will need that because even right now, they clean out the libraries and give a lot of books away. And so but for some odd reason, people don't understand that facts and fictions, and that I must have said that sci-fi was a part of pseudoscience, and that don't register. It don't register.
No, science is the CIA. Let me tell you about. No, I'm sorry, Hollywood. What they do is they'll put all the information into the movies, trying to make themselves look better, but they have to put everything, all the truth, in the movie.
Right, but it makes it sci-fi. That's what makes it a fiction, and it makes it a monster and all these other things. And that's what makes sci-fi a fictional character and all of these other things. It's science and it's fiction. So sci-fi is science fiction, and that's pseudoscience.
But let me tell you something. We got to get away from that word pseudo.
See, right, and so that's the whole thing is, and so pseudo is a form of science, and so that's what makes sci-fi pseudoscience. That's why it's pseudoscience, sci-fi. And so just because I said that, again, because you don't know makes me slow. And so this is where we got to stop that. We got to just stop all that mess.
No, I'm trying to tell you is that, like, look, science fiction is reality.
Thank you, but it's pseudoscience. That's what it is. It is reality. It's a big part of it.
Well, in regards to the book, Behold a Pale Horse, I'm not keeping on the same page. It's neither nonfiction nor science fiction. It's speculation. Even though many of the things have come to fruition, from the vaccines to these secret societies to these executive orders, to the landing on the moon, to the UFOs, to all the above, it's speculation. You find out when you prove that certain things aren't speculations, you push it that now it's truth or truthful. This is where, if you have an audience now, you're on the verge of getting clapped.
Come on.
Canceled. People start saying you're a conspiracy theorist. But the pseudo thing, the pseudoscience, I know the genre is growing more. However, this all comes from the sphere of speculation. Pseudoscience is super necessary. However, let's not say that all things that are science fiction can't be pseudoscience.
True that, but let's not say everything is pseudo and it's not science.
Correct.
And that's all I'm saying.
Is science spirituality to you as well?
To a degree.
To a degree.
And everything is to a degree. Yes or no?
So, say for instance this.
Do you have to have a degree in science?
Pseudoscience to you, is it real?
We just said it was not, but yet it has science to a degree because it is anomalies, and yet it's phenomena to everyone. It has both and non-both.
But what happened if, like, an institution or a government agency was to say, hey, this is a forgery? Therefore, it's pseudo. Pseudo.
First of all,
He didn't really write this. Tesla didn't write this. This is not his lost diary.
hold up. First of all, we are out in the space, right? And we find phenomena and anomalies all the time. So rather it exists in non-existing things, we are out there. And that is science right now. We look for data. I rock with science. I'm not saying one way or another. I'm just making it fair. That's all.
It's such
What makes something pseudo?
All I said was science to a degree. For you have to have a degree. Science has levels to it. That's all I'm saying.
I would say that.
So again, religion has a degree to it. That's why they have bishops and apostles and epistles and all these other things, right? To a degree. And even the priest has to have something or whatever they call these other degrees in that. So the doctrines and all these things. And we can't say that because the Vatican exists, right? And all the way up to the Pope. So to a degree in religion, right? And then when we go to the law, the laws are in the religion, the laws are in science, both to a degree, right? And we can go on and on and on to a degree, and that would be my answer.
So here's the question. How could people use a word that only existed in the 1700s and forward and then define science based on a word that just is a very new word, pseudoscience, right? So this is not even something that our ancient ancestors believed in. They did not believe in a word called pseudoscience. You know, this is a new definition of something that, before that, you know, ancient people believed in astrology. They believed in divination methods. They believed in things that probably were not necessarily proved by this scientific method that exists now today, but based on their understanding of nature and their own methods. So pseudoscience, a system of theories, assumptions, and methods erroneously regarded as scientific. So what happens is that a whole entire group of people determine what is fact and what's not, right? Based on their assumption on how a fact is, you know, determined to be true. But what happens when you label something pseudoscience is dismissive, just like you would call a person crazy, right? And then over time, certain things get actually proven, and then it becomes scientific. So what is the purpose of calling that thing pseudo? Just like you call a conspiracy theory. Then over time, these conspiracy comes true and they become fact. Is it better to say, rather than calling something pseudo or conspiracy, that we just don't know right now?
How many movies been made in this honor? It's a movie called Conspiracy Theory.
Right.
Y'all talked about the Mandela effect. Should we go on and on with these pseudo movies?
Well, say for instance, sister, what's your name?
Sakina Ra.
Sakina Ra. All right, sister. I like using the term officially today, the man in high castle, pseudo-intellectual, because even though I've heard this over 25 years ago, 30 years ago, I think it needs to be used more often, pseudo-intellectual, because these gurus, these fake masters, these fake master teachers, they're pseudo-intellectuals. Not only are they grifting, not only are they grifters, they're pseudo-intellectuals. And their followers notice. They know it so well.
Was that it? Is that your plane land, or you have something else?
Follow who they're gonna follow. They're gonna like what they're gonna like. Are we here to teach? Or that's the whole thing, right? That's because it's a lot of schools out here, and some people define some schools as cults, and that's not the truth either. So if you know better, you're gonna show better. Just like if they knew better, they would do better, right?
So when you say a pseudo intellectual, what do you mean? What do you define by that? Get deeper. What do you mean by a pseudo intellectual?
That's a great question, DJ Genesis. I'm not gonna cook with it, but I will give a preview. In my experience as a traveler, traveling to and from different mystery schools to the next one, I've come across pseudo intellectuals. Today, I would classify anyone who's paying any type of monthly dues or yearly dues to learn some type of mystery, esoteric, or exoteric knowledge or information. If they're paying any type of money, monthly dues, yearly dues, they're involved with pseudo-intellectualism. That's how I write it off right there and then and there. There are no teachers, master teachers of any sort.
So here's a question. So a person goes to a college and they pay a quarterly due, not monthly, but a quarterly due or a yearly due to learn and get their degree, bachelor's, master's, doctor, whatever. So would you consider them to be a pseudo-intellectual?
Great question. Over 30 years ago, I went to college and I had many friends on a college campus that got a degree in journalism. 35 years later, 30 years later, look at that journalism degree. What did it bring them? It's all pseudo-intellectual nonsense.
So you're saying that even the college is like a format of pseudo.
Yeah.
But they also teach science. Isn't the college one of the biggest purporters of science? And
just like and
theories and the scientific theory. Don't you actually really learn the true scientific theory once you actually go to a university? Isn't that where you learn that?
Facetiously, yes. Look at my degree, my Grey Poupon.
So you're saying is that the whole science universities come from ancient Egypt. The whole concept of going to university and going into schooling is a concept that came out of Africa. The University of Cowerie, was Mali, ancient Egypt, different aspects or different societies in Africa had actual universities and schools. So would you say that those are the same level of pseudoscience, or do you think that this is the Western version of college and education as a pseudo?
That's a very great question. I would think in the Western sense of things, and when I'm saying Western, the man in the high castles defining European, also known as Caucasian, also known as white. White civilization, Western civilization. I think just like the mysticism of Western mysticism, I think it's lived out its usefulness very quickly in the scheme of things, where people who are accredited in college, they're paying all these bills for it later on. And where did it get them?
So I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this, but I think it's in one part of Africa. I'm not sure whether it's Kenya or some country in Africa, either Uganda or somewhere, to where the president said that in order for any person to become a clergy, they have to attend a school, because he said he's tired of people coming into the community as these evangelists without any indoctrination as far as like the learning and teaching the people. Did you hear about that story?
No, I didn't.
In Africa that's what's happening right now, is that there's a president that's making people have to get a degree and before they begin to preach.
The time is in the
yeah.
air. It's like that in America too. They have a whole church or a farm. They have a church or something that they attend, and they have to go to get they church or they priest thing, and it's in Florida. I have my dad's stuff. They have to go to Florida in order to get their priest thing. Now it might be one in Mississippi too, but it comes from Florida, and then they meet once a month or once every 6 months. Yada yada yada. I can't even get into all of that, but because I don't know about all of that, but I've heard it. So hearsay, you can't really go on, but the rest of it, I know that much. You probably can find.
I believe this stuff needs to be safeguarded.
Yeah.
It become a point where, in time, let's just say in the United States, it became a point where, hey, listen, I know this person, or I'm a graduate of 1972 from this. It's all about who you know, not what you know, or my father.
We got the spirit of 76. So hold up now. We got the spirit of 76. So it don't even matter who you know.
What I'm getting at is now people just, it's about word of mouth, who you know, how much you can pay. It's not the same. They're not even using a blackboard in these schools like that. It's not the same. This is easy bake oven type of learning.
So welcome, unconscious. Welcome to the panel. I'm glad I finally got you to come up here. Welcome, unconscious conversation. What were you going to say about the subject?
No, I just been listening. I've been listening for about 10 minutes. I think that one of the problems that we got when it comes to information and knowledge is that a lot of people don't actually do the work. They don't seek out true wisdom and understanding. They do this microwave spirituality and consciousness, thinking that you can reach certain levels of spirituality by watching a YouTube video. And it's a lot more than just being able to recite verses from the Quran or the Bible, or even being able to speak about Ifa and Houdon and things like that. African spiritual systems and things like that. What I hate the most is that people who call these things pseudo, but they don't do the work. They call it pseudo, but they don't actually seek it. They call it pseudo to argue their point, to be pseudo intellectuals, like the brother was saying. They just want to be able to have a conversation about it instead of, being able to give people understanding as to what these certain spiritual systems and experiences are. You know, I think I won't say y'all, but I think that a lot of people out here are doing that type of knowledge and those type of journeys and spiritual systems a lot of injustice by coming into the system and coming into the community trying to teach something that they haven't done the work with. That's why when people start talking about things like Udun or Ifa or the Yoruba religion and things like that, ask people, well, have you been initiated? If they have been initiated, kudos, you can teach me something. But if you haven't been initiated, you don't have a Babalawo or spiritual grandmother or spiritual godfather, then The only thing we're doing is having a debate. We're not really shining light on what we don't know. We constantly going point counterpoint and doing a disservice to the ancestors. And I'll land my plane right there.
Sure. All right. So I think Man in High Castle has been initiated into Osane. I've been initiated as into, I have my left hand of Ifa or my right hand of Ifa, and I have my Oya. So I've been initiated, but I'm not here to claim that I know everything. I'm not here trying to pretend I'm still learning. And
Right, that's the beginning of the journey when you become initiated. That's actually like step one.
right.
For myself, again, I'm not the same as the next person who just wants to be initiated. I've always said I've received. There's a difference.
Well, receiving and initiation is the same thing because
no, they're not. They're not.
Do you know what initiate means?
Yes, I do. They're not the same.
What's the difference? I want to before you go on.
You gotta ask your Baba.
No,
I'm not sure. We're not on the same level, sis.
Okay, so
that's why I'm not trying to pop my collar on some. Oh yeah, Ifa. I just spoke on what I have received, and it's not to brag about it. It shouldn't even be a part 2 episode on. Can we find some weaknesses on what's he gonna say next? I'm explaining.
That's not what I'm doing.
When it comes down to Papa Osane,
that's not what I'm doing. By the way,
not the same as what you've been initiated with. It's entirely different.
Well, I'm not an Ifa at all, but I appreciate being in the circle.
I'm gonna say this: initiation is just to start. So if you initiate into something, that means you start, right? So if you didn't have it before, just like in a car in the ignition, what happens when you turn the key? When you stick the key in and you turn it, what happens? You stick the key into the ignition, and initiates the car, right? So when you receive keys,
it light it up.
It's an initiation. When you receive something and that is initiated in your life that was not there before, that is an initiation. So a lot of times what we get confused, baptism in Christianity is an initiation. Yes, baptism is an initiation. Right. When a person turns 13 in the Jewish faith and they get their what is it called? The
Bat mitzvah.
Bat mitzvah is initiation. Okay. When you're in kindergarten and you
first hold up, because you're giving it to them now. Hold up, let's be fair.
Receive the initiation.
Hold up, now, do you want me to help you or not? Because you're doing too much. Let me, because it's 3 against 1. Now, if you want me to be on here, help you.
It's not 3 against 1.
Be fair. So I need you to be quiet.
Relax.
Listen, I'm asking, do you want me to be fair or do you want me to be quiet? And
I want you to be obnoxious and tell it how it is. Go ahead.
I'm gonna be fair, and that's all I'm gonna be. But I need you to be quiet now, because he's an initiate, and an initiate on his behalf is a start. A beginning, right? So that is being fair as a start.
I'm not an initiate.
Okay, now I'm done talking.
I've never been initiated into whatever she's talking about.
She said initiate, and he did too. So from here, you got it. You're not an initiate. Go ahead, Genesis.
I have received.
Did they do a ceremony to give it to you, or did they just give it to you?
Give it to him.
They gave him a ceremony. You don't get over
ceremony. Can't speak on anything with anyone who's been outside of Papa.
All right. So here's the thing. All right, and I know that there's a ceremony, so you can't tell me anything different. So if you had a ceremony to get Papa Ozane, that was an initiation into Papa Ozane, and you got that, and that was an initiation, period. Just like a person to get the Jesus, and become saved, they go through a baptism, and there's a ceremony for them to be born again into Jesus, right? Into the church of Jesus, right? Same thing happened. So here's the thing: ceremony, all these things, that's the initiation, right? To have the power to be able to use this Orisha, there's an initiation that goes down, period. So that's it. So the bottom line, and there's an initiation for you to be able to work with that Orisha and to work with that energy, whether it be Jesus, whether it be, in Judaism.
You don't get initiated into your black belt. You don't get initiated into your black belt.
That's initiation. What do you mean?
No, it's initiated. You don't get initiated into your black belt.
All of karate is nothing but
you need to understand the difference between us received and
karate and
we're not the same.
Nothing but initiations. What are you?
You got your stuff from someone different. I didn't get initiated into nothing that you're talking about.
You're focused on you're focused on the.
We're not the same.
It's not. I never said we were the same.
Received and initiation are totally different acts.
Okay,
I'm not going to agree with nothing that you're saying from the outside.
You got it from somebody that was dead.
Let's pass it on to someone else.
If you didn't have a ceremony, okay, well then we'll just pass it on. Never mind. You received it. Somebody probably died and he got it, and so therefore it passed down.
And also,
this time you just I don't know why you don't ask one.
There's no other
ask one of your OG Babas. You need to ask one of your OG Babas, what's the difference? Just do that. I'm not going to have this conversation with someone who has not received
the reason why you have these receiverships and initiations, because there are protocols inside these spiritual systems. These energies can be very unforgiving if you just don't know the certain protocols on how to work with these energies. That's why people out here messing with these spiritual systems and getting messed up results. That's the reason for initiation. That's the reason for having Babalawos and spiritual godmothers and godfathers, so that you can have someone that you can go to. Now, brother, I'm quite sure that you have someone that you can go to when you have questions about, on this path of Papa Ozane. So we have to understand something. We can't put ourselves in a trick bag about words.
Yeah, I'm not. It's 2026. My thing is no, brother. It's 2026. So I've been told. My thing is way before 2010. I'm not doing this stuff with nobody who's on 2026 talking about initiation and all this. This is
okay. So you believe? Wait a minute. So you believe, just like let's take karate for instance. Let's take karate for instance. I don't like this argument.
For someone I don't know.
Listen to what I'm saying, brother. I'm just trying to give you examples. I'm not trying to tell you right or wrong. What I'm saying is this. Oh my God! Definitely is not. He's pseudo-intellectual. No, I'm trying to have a conversation.
So I bring up the term pseudo-intellectual, and I want you guys to use it properly. And I want you guys to use it
how I hear it. I want to use it how I hear it and my understanding of it. You're not
pseudo-intellectual. You just new to this, brand new.
So thank you for having me up. Maybe I can come back over. We can have a better conversation in this, because this is getting out of hand. So I'll come back over here and I'll talk to you.
It says that when I know what I've seen errors. I see people get upset. I see people throw fits. I see people get corrected. You ain't doing this with Papa Ozane. You've never been initiated. You've never received in a question. You can ask me, have I been initiated? I'm going to tell the truth. No, I have received. Y'all keep on want to compare the two as if they're the same.
Your mic is muted or something. I don't know. So your audio just went out.
They're not the same.
You're talking, but we can't hear what you're saying.
I can hear him.
I know. I can hear what I'm saying too.
Keenan, can you say something so I know my audio didn't go out?
I can hear you too.
I can hear you as well.
Let me make sure my audio didn't go out.
Maybe you can't hear yourself.
Okay, my audio went out. Okay. Well, no, I have it muted.
Start there, and then we'll be.
Okay, something happened. All right, let me figure out what's going on with my audio.
Okay, let me ask the question. Where did you receive, but you didn't get initiated?
Say, for instance, this, because you're outside of Ifa, and I'm gonna be plain and simple. You're outside of Ozane too. I want you to find this out yourself. How someone can receive or be initiated into Papa Ozane strictly, specifically. Well, lastly, as I look at your picture,
check.
You have
Can you hear me?
Okay, so it was who you knew.
So if I look at your picture, I could see your face. You have a beautiful face. You have a nice vulnerable neck as well. That's probably where it's more enticing, where it's more titillating from your neck to your earlobe. I'm just guessing. I don't know if that's true. This is what y'all doing, speculating. But I could tell that's an erogenous area for you, the neck, from the earlobe. But if I keep on saying that's the way it is, it may not be the way it is for you. I'm telling you, it's not the way it is when it comes down to initiated and received with Papa Ozane. It's not the same with the next ones. Let's leave it be.
Okay. Well, this is not a conversation, an argument about Papa Ozane and whether or not you're initiated or not. That I'm not trying to challenge your.
I'm not either.
All I know is that a couple people aren't, and many people aren't. Okay, big deal.
Okay.
I'm not initiated into Shango. I don't know anyone who's been initiated into Eshu. But if someone tells me that they received Eshu, I might take them as like, interesting. I'm not gonna be like, you know what? I don't think there is a way that you can receive Eshu. So you've been initiated in Eshu? No, they just told me they received Eshu.
I can dig it.
Yeah, these people are doing too much online. 2026. It's because they're young, and there's nothing wrong with being young.
Right, I can dig it.
And their teachers is young too.
No, I truly understand now that I listen to you more and more, because I be over there with the Commission of Depth with the Moorish Temple, and I'm Kemetic all day long. But
I see that face of yours, that neck of yours. And you know what I would do to that neck?
Nothing.
What in the world?
Nothing. Go ahead and play a video, Genesis.
I would tear your earlobe off.
All right, let me play the video.
You love every bit of it. Love is pseudoscience.
There, and then we'll be seen whether you're fit or not fit to be running a church. And it's not going to be a choice anymore.
And if you don't know what that is, it's basically the commission that wants to state regulate the church. That means the church will be regulated by the state, will be regulated by the government.
So there's a move in South Africa right now to curtail the free speech of pastors. They're moving towards licensing churches and issuing permits to pastors with the threat that if you operate without these licenses and permits, we will lay criminal charges against you and you will go to prison.
The church in South Africa is under attack. There are attempts by the CRL Rights Commission to pass legislation in order to control churches. That is not part of their constitutional mandate. They are acting against the mandate that they are given, which is to protect and to promote religious freedoms.
Christians are marching in South Africa because churches, they want to regulate churches. You know, the dodgy thing or the funny thing is they don't want to regulate a religion. They want to regulate Christian churches.
And also, one thing that is very sensitive, the Section 22 committee, with the greatest respect, some of the members in it, their churches are grooming young girls.
They think they will be regulated in heaven, those that are objecting so much. It doesn't work like that. While we're here on earth,
So I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this. So in South Africa, I wasn't sure when or where it was, but I guess in South Africa, they now want to make church a state-run thing to where you can't open up a church unless you get like, you know, some kind of a education. Do you think that this is a bad thing in Africa, or do you think it's a good thing?
Definitely have to be good. Listen here. They tired of the freaks too.
I think anything that's public, we're not getting the right quality as it would be if it was private.
Well, let's hear a little bit more what's going on in South Africa.
Where the government, the South African government, intending to regulate the churches in South Africa, saying that no, churches are doing wrong things, churches are doing bad things, churches are doing that, and generalizing all churches. There was this woman, if you can remember her, when she was speaking about how the revelations and the churches, that how do you see God, how do you know God?
educate our people that no one talks to God. Let's just put it as bluntly as all that. If someone says to you, God was talking to me, tell them to go to the psychiatric ward. Because if they say God is talking to them and calling them and telling them this is going to happen.
And it's not going to be a choice anymore. We are saying there must be legislation that will say this is how you register. If you have a calling, teachers have a calling, doctors have.
So is it like a thing that in Africa that to be a preacher, you didn't need to get like any kind of registration, just like no kind of like schooling? In America, well, I guess they're saying that preaching period without like having a state approved certificate, you can't do it. Is that what they're pretty much saying?
Yeah, they want them to have the same criteria, like knowing how to preach and certifications, and I guess they want them to be I don't know. It just sounds like they having the same kind of problems, like girls are being trafficked or pedophiled or what. I hate to say it like this. But this is what they're saying. They're having problems. And these problems are not being met. They're trying to get to the bottom of it. It's more than just the preaching.
So do you think that preaching in a Christian church should be regulated?
Listen, it's more than just the preaching. Listen to me. It was the whole thing. If you go back because Africa is connected to the whole thing in the religion practice, and that practice was everything went to the Pope. So even at one point, and I can't say this is still now, but some of that excuse me, the laws and everything came down to the church. So y'all remember the church had to hand out punishments. You see what I'm saying? Before they even gave it over to the law. So it was handled within the church. So if you had a problem with something going on in your family, you took it to the church, and then the preacher would handle it. You see what I'm saying? And so they're still, I don't know if they're still under that, but they're having an underlying problem, and they getting to the bottom line. So I don't know what they're saying, but what they are saying and what they're not saying is they're saying they're having problems with this, that, and the other. And she's saying, I'm not trying to hear no more. If God is calling you, then you need to go to this school and get these certifications so that we all will know that you are qualified to do this. And I don't see nothing wrong with that. You got to do it over here. They don't just pick anybody to be a pope, right? I forgot what the name of that group is, but they all have to come together before they pick the next pope. So if everybody has to do this in measures, what makes them different? Do she have a point or not? That's the bigger question.
The calling, everyone is a calling. If you're going to start a church, for instance, there must be a system that says, go and register there, and then you'll be vetted there, and then you'll be seen whether you're fit or not fit to be running a church. So that's the system we want to use. We want to say it's not going to be a choice anymore. We are saying there must be legislation that will say this is how you register. If you have a calling, teachers have a calling, doctors have a calling, everyone has a calling.
As espoused in the Constitution, that you can choose whichever one you like, but it may be regulated. They think they will be regulated in heaven, those that are objecting so much. It doesn't work like that. While we are here on earth, you must be monitored. They think they will be regulated in heaven, those that are objecting.
And also, one thing that is very sensitive, the Section 22 committee, with the greatest respect, some of the members in it, their churches are grooming young girls. We see young girls getting married to old men. You find a young girl, she's 15, 16, she'll get married to an old man into a polygamous marriage. And as a gender-based violence and femicide activist, for me, it then puts the question to say, what do we do then? Are we gonna allow these men to still be part of this Section 22 committee? Are we gonna turn a blind eye? Because that's grooming.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a bottom line to this. It's a bigger picture. So you know what I'm saying? I don't know what the real thing issue is, but it's an issue that warrants looking into.
Well, we have to understand that there's secret societies out in these countries.
Here, we're not trying to have all of that understanding in America and over there, because they're the United Kingdom and we are the United States. So our problem and their problem are two different issues. So you hold that flag over here, and we got.
They have secret societies in those countries, like
so
South
again,
Africa.
Again, that don't mean that she don't get to listen to. Secret society that.
I'm gonna say this is that what is the churches over there, are they ruled by are they these Catholics, or is it just the Christian church period? Does anybody know anything about what's going on in South Africa?
Great question. The Jesuits have the dominant factor there in Africa.
especially in
They
South Africa.
They only have one religion. They're not Baptists. They're not Judas. They're not all of that over there. They're only Christians. This is only one thing over there. Hold up. Let me stop that. Let me stop that lie. They're also Muslims. So they're only Christians and Muslims.
Right. So when it comes down to the Catholic side, when it comes down to French had the dominant territories throughout Africa and still to this day. And so the French, they would use Jesuit Catholicism. And these are the ones who have done majority of the kidnapping, allegedly, taking the young babies from Africa and sending them to France through the Jesuits.
What she talking about with them young people marrying them old men right now?
Mm-hmm. These are these secret societies out there.
It has nothing to do with the church, sir.
Yes, the secret societies.
The church, sir.
Again,
she's talking
if you know about the Jesuits, you would understand about secret societies.
Who, sir? She's talking about the ones that's marrying the old men that's going into the tribe.
Right.
So she's
if you know about the secret societies that are in Africa, such as
she talking about the
such
ones
as the Army of Loyola.
Okay, well, we got Jesuits in America, and we're not talking about them. You could talk about them right now because we got Jesuits in America right now, but we ain't talking about them. We're talking about the ones that we don't have.
But the Jesuits are the ones who are running things out there in Africa.
Old men in America. And
right, the Jesuits
talking about.
The Jesuits are making these things.
You don't want to face that elephant because it ain't in our room. And this
I'm not upset, sis.
Talking about earlier.
We can talk about America.
That other man up
we can talk about the United States of America.
But now you don't want to face that because see
we
over
talk
there,
about the superior general of the Society of Jesus.
You don't want to face that. This is the problem these women are having, but you want to talk about
the in California.
Secret. Let's talk about
and you're upset about women being molested out there in Africa, or are you worried about them working lives?
It's no secret. This is in our face. Let's talk about what's in our face, sir. Them kids is
we can name those names. You're talking about like how it's like we can't name these names. We're gonna name these names of these secret societies
that
are out there in
Africa.
Africa.
With them kids marrying old men?
Grooming that's happening. So if we can't start cleaning up internally ourselves as the Section 22
it's
committee,
not a Catholic university,
then it means we're going nowhere.
Because they're in the United Kingdom and we're United States.
Well, hold on. What she's saying is that this is what the quote says. The very same people who want to regulate the church are the ones who allegedly groom young girls to get married to old men.
Right.
At us and laugh and say, but those people are there, they're grooming young girls for marriage and they're part of this. So I'm speaking on behalf of other victims. I mean, my issue is the people who are part of the Section 22 committee, have they been vetted? Because there's no way we will allow people who are grooming to go out there and try and educate people. How can the next thing the people they're educating fall into the same trap? Also, it causes secondary victimization for people.
Right. So it sounds like to me that the government that is trying to rule over the church are also in charge of the people that are on top of the church that are grooming young girls to be married to older men. This might be a combination of like maybe old school, like tribal stuff that they did already before. Mixing that into the church, that they're trying to merge that in, probably saying, hey,
they're already doing it. And this is why she's standing up. She's a part of this chapter, whatever. This is why they're trying to make change. This is why they're trying to, this chapter section 22 committee, this committee is already in existence. They're trying to make a change in this.
It says if some of the central section 22 are committee members are grooming young girls for marriages. How can we trust them? So the same committee that is trying to regulate the churches and make it so that you have to. So is it like you have to get like some kind of a certification? Is it more or less to try to control so that people can't even speak against them or say anything?
Yes, because they already marrying these young girls off to these old.
So if they have a preacher that's preaching against them, then they could say, "Oh, well, you are going against the law," and then
yes, they trying to make change to this stuff that's going on. But if we worrying about the Illuminatis and all this other stuff, that ain't got nothing to do with what's going on right now.
Right.
Let's trying to take over that.
Right. Let's go.
You're like, these are the people we work with, but they're doing the complete contradictory of that. I know it's a sensitive topic, but I know.
Whoa. What's that? I just went to budgeting app.
Right, guys, you know, I gotta get my YouTube premium account going, so give me a second.
This, I thought it was done and dusted, but now it was not done and dusted. The mandate was rejected because you remember pastors went out in the streets demonstrating early, I think late last year, they were demonstrating, but the mandate was rejected. So there's a committee formed, the church defenders. It's called the church defenders, where now they want and they are fighting that no, you cannot regulate churches. Therefore, they are inviting people to a march in Durban, as you can hear from these videos.
Regarding the fight against the CRL. And if you don't know what that is, it's basically the commission that wants to state regulate the church. That means the church will be regulated by the state, will be regulated by the government. Pastors will have to submit sermons to this body to get approval before preaching in church. And pastors can be criminally persecuted because of this commission. Today, I want to urge you as the body of Christ. It doesn't matter which church you're a part of, which denomination you may be a part of, but we are united in Christ. And I urge you and encourage you to join us on the 12th of March as we march from King Dinizulu Park to City Hall.
So in Africa, so I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this. Anybody in the chat is aware of this, that they are trying to regulate the sermons of the church? So every week you gotta submit your sermon into the government. And I don't know, this might be even something that ends up happening in other countries. Like if they are able to, this is interesting. Like what? So the pastor, before he makes his sermon, has to send it to the government to get approved, and then preach it to the people.
Now, how's that gonna help anything?
What the hell? So that's church and state.
But what's that gonna do for the bottom line?
I don't know. Like, but if they maybe to control what they say, like this is crazy. What?
Just because you turn in your sermon,
I'm not even a Christian, but I don't think that that's right at all. I'm not a Christian, but that's messed up. Wow.
They're getting ready for the AI churches.
Huh?
They're getting ready for virtual churches more and more.
Okay, well, yeah, that makes sense. But because the other stuff is not being addressed. You have not targeted any other issue, but what they're saying. That's the only thing got targeted.
Let's go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
On the 12th of March, we will be marching. But why?
We are marching because the voice of the church met us in South Africa.
We are marching to protect the independence of the church.
We are marching to stand for truth.
We are marching because the church must remain accountable to God first.
We are marching because faith is not something the state can regulate.
We are marching because faith should not be controlled by legislation.
We are marching because the church must remain faithful in its calling.
We are marching because worship is not a privilege given by the state.
Man, that's crazy. So in South Africa,
they don't know why they're marching.
No, they know why they're marching because they're trying to listen, imagine you're in America and every church has to go through a process. Each pastor has to send their sermon to Texas to get approved before they sermon it on Sunday every week. Say you're in Dallas, you have to send it to the state of Texas before you actually administer the sermon. So then what happens when they get like probably bowed down with sermons, right? So that means that pastor can't preach or he'll be prosecuted.
No,
so it sounds to me like a way to mute the church. That's what it sounds like to me, right?
No, what's going to happen is they're going to send out, they're going to tell them the sermon is on love, and everybody going to have to do a sermon how they want to on love, and use these three. Y'all can use Luke, Peter,
the church
Paul.
will be able to make them say what to talk about what they want them to. Wow, the state will determine what the but see Americans, proud Americans like the men in the high council say, listen, you better be glad that y'all Christians out here, and y'all, could you imagine that like the state begins to run the church?
But if you listen to these people, they all saying what they get to do, but y'all all saying something different. But truthfully, that ain't what y'all say. That ain't what y'all marching for. Y'all marching for them to tell y'all what to do.
But listen, like, so it's interesting. We have a constitution that already knew that this would be a thing that could come up, right? but in Africa they don't have the same constitution, so therefore you have the government now trying to make it so that the government controls what the church says. That's crazy.
Marching because our faith is central to who we are.
We are marching for our constitutional rights as believers.
We march because the church belongs to Christ and not the government.
We are marching because the next generation deserves the freedom to follow Christ.
We are marching because believers must stand where faith is challenged.
We are marching to protect the sacred space of the church.
We are marching because the church must remain free to shepherd.
So march with us on the 12th of March. See you there.
The church in South Africa is under attack. There are attempts by the CRL Rights Commission to pass legislation in order to control churches. That is not part of their constitutional mandate. They are acting against the mandate that they are given, which is to protect and to promote religious freedoms. Let me tell you that religious freedoms, freedom of association, freedom of belief, freedom of expression, these are rights, freedoms that are enshrined in our constitution, and we cannot give away our rights. Let me tell you that during this time, we are seeing what happened during the time of the book of Esther, where Haman wanted a decree in order to kill the Jews.
What are your thoughts on this, guys? This is actually a black, the black president of South Africa. This is not, can't blame it on the white people this time. This is like the who's doing this? Like I'm sorry, am I being ridiculous? Like I'm like, you can't blame it on the cracker this time. I mean, I don't know what's going on. This is crazy. What?
If we keep silent right now, we are going to perish. This time calls us to stand together, to unite together and stand for our faith. No one will come from somewhere else and defend our faith. This calls me and you to stand. Let one. This will be the biggest of them all. It is.
Well, let me see what this guy, because I want to be very clear about what's going on. This is crazy. Let's go.
Issuing permits to pastors with the threat that if you operate without these licenses and permits, we will lay criminal charges against you and you will go to prison. That's the threat out there already.
Yes.
Well, how come nobody else has that threat? I think the church should be limiting parliamentarians. They should be coming in front of church committees and proving their worth before we allow them to get into parliament. We should be registering them.
Yeah.
The church should be registering the parliamentarians. So here you got the people that have lied, stolen, cheated, ripped off everybody, ruined every sector of the South African government system except SARS. And they're the ones wanting to curtail the people who have tithing, blessing, feeding. And so it's very disconcerting that we want to silence the pulpits in South Africa. How is it that a politician can have free speech, but a pastor can't? The Christians, when there's been trouble in South Africa, those pastors that caused trouble, they went to court. They were punished for those things. And in fact, normally they only refer to 3 cases. There's only 3 cases. You can go search the internet. You're not going to find anything more than that. Most pastors out of the hundreds of thousands of churches in South Africa are people that are blessing their people, helping them, standing by them, marrying them, helping with their births, helping with the poor, feeding them. That's what's going on. Why would we want to silence those people? I'll tell you why. Because they have a moral standard and they're the only people holding government to account. That's why they want to be silenced. Sure. Christians believe that God alone is the ultimate lawgiver. We believe that the state's authority is derived from God. So he's handed it down, and we're not expected to have unlimited obedience to the state. The state is not God. And so these are very important issues. So when the state commands sin, then we obey God rather than man. And there are lots of these ideas flowing through scripture. It's not something strange or weird. In fact, the church historically has always believed that. And tyranny happens when people start going against God's law and the state starts making rules and regulations and laws against God's moral law. That's when we have man just doing their own thing, ruling as they want, and that usually works out in a tyrannical kind of a state.
What? Now listen, I'm not against Christianity, but I believe in the freedom of speech, because if they could do it to them, they could do it to anybody. If they can regulate Christianity and say that a pastor has to go through the state before they issue a sermon to the people, or they have to go through this, that could be. So I mean, it's interesting to see how other countries are moving, because a lot of the time it takes a second, then America gets to follow suit. I don't know if you've noticed this. A lot of stuff is happening in these other countries that's been going on for a long time. Now America's starting to do some shit. Same thing.
The shit is so crazy. That's why I'm like, but they marching against what they marching for. So it don't register.
So what are you saying? They're marching against what they're marching for. What do you mean by that?
Because everything that the man just explained is what they're marching against, right? But because that don't make sense. If you're marching against what they're not going to tell you to do, but that's what they're telling you that's what they're going to do. That's exactly what they're telling you to do. You're going to have to turn your papers in, your sermons in, for them to approve your sermons. But you're going to march for them not to tell you that? Why are you marching? Is that the protest against?
Because state government should not have anything to do with religion. If they're able to do that with Christians, they're able to do that with Muslims. It's starting at the Christian church.
They're marching for a constitution. Is that what you're saying?
Well, there's already a constitution, I think, in South Africa. They're changing it. They're making it so that they made new laws now that says that, hey, you have to go through the government before you even start do a church or whatever. You have to the state is getting involved with the church. Let's go.
So now, these are the invitations to the march going on. Christians are marching in South Africa because churches, they want to regulate churches. You know, the dodgy thing or the funny thing is they don't want to regulate a religion. They want to regulate Christian churches. I'm not saying that all churches are good and all churches are doing things in a way that is supposed to be according to the Bible. There are churches that are doing bad. So those are the churches. So as they are fighting for the fact that those are the churches that were supposed to be held accountable. Not that now you need to take a measure to regulate all churches. This is going to affect us. And now, the question is, we have a lot of religions in South Africa, just focusing in South Africa. Why now then you want to regulate only Christian churches? Because same religions are also doing wrong. So if we can talk about Sangoma, you know what happens there. Or Tatalento, Ainabungozi, they do Gutwala, they do all of those funny stuff, eating bloody born. But they can't regulate that. That is not regulated. We have we also have Islam. There's a lot happening in that space. It doesn't mean that there's no wrong that is done there. There is wrongs. But why Christian churches? Yes, there are wrong people. If a pastor is wrong, doing wrong, they need to face the law. They need to face the law. That's why I even did an episode around the holiness revelation that is not biblical or unbiblical revelations, so that we can avoid such things. But now coming back to the topic itself around the church regulation, you know the dangers of the church regulations, Bazalane, is in China. I once covered that as well. In China, they have regulated churches. You can't just preach. So basically what your pastor needs to do, needs to send an agenda to the government. God knows who approves that agenda of the day, a preaching agenda of the day. Then they approve it and they tell you, no, this is not right. Adjust here, adjust there. This is where it's going. They arrested a lot of pastors. It's going to also affect you as a child of God. And this is part of Agenda 2030, where there won't be any religion. This is part of an Agenda 2030. So now we are living in those times, in those
Agenda 2030. So you say. So you have a Agenda 2030 that is not only affecting America, but also Africa. Thoughts?
Listen.
Why is Africa? I thought that this was only American. So Agenda 2030 is across the board.
That's going to be that one coin, that one money, right?
Man, you heard how BlackRock just went bankrupt, right? Heard about that. Did you hear about how BlackRock went bankrupt all of a sudden? Like, how's BlackRock between Goldman Sachs and BlackRock? They have been running the whole stock market. How the hell is BlackRock bankrupt? See, all this stuff is all tied together. See, this is the thing. When we talk about like, and I'm not even gonna get into this whole like FBA and this, that, I want to get into the fact that you people need to be watching Africa, because why is Africa talking about Agenda 2030?
Because they was
that shit. Listen, it's affecting things across the board. We want to delineate, but we need to be aware, like what's going on in Africa, what's going on over here. But when you separate yourself, then you say, okay, well, it's just about America, and we're not looking over there to see what the fuck is going on. And you see that churches are being regulated. He's saying, and you know how China has its foot on the necks of Chinese, right? I mean, of Africa right now. And you have this war going on with Iran. China just jumped into the middle of it.
Here.
So imagine. So all right. So let's put this whole thing together. You have in Africa, China being the main kind of like influence over there, and how people are thinking. They're influencing the politicians to say, "Hey, make the churches do X, Y, Z." We'll put your railway up, but you gotta like get control of these churches.
Well, you got to think about the whole part of the churches, and why is that? Because what were we talking about? It's the region of living, the religion, in that Bible. That Bible was not everywhere, and neither was that region of living. It has a part of it in there, but what part? Because if y'all, by now, if everybody quit arguing and agree to disagree and get into it for real, we would have been past this by now. And so that's why when them people went over there, they got chased, just like they did Mary Magdalene until Jesus stopped her or whatever. But they was rocking people back in them days. And when them people went over there in Africa and started talking about Jesus was black, they damn near rocked them people back to America. And then they had to think about it, and they had to, you know.
This is way deeper than that.
No, it is way deeper than that, but I'm just trying to tell you again, this is to that same degree. So we just talking about the same thing on a different level. Because
hold on, listen to me right quick.
Christian Bible and talking about what you finna teach to these people, they want some approval. So we can't just go over there. That's why in China, and they Buddhists, and you gonna go over there with a Bible.
China is atheist. China's atheist, not Buddhist.
Some of them are. So when you go over
the
there,
government of China is atheist.
Listen, again, I'm not gonna agree and disagree. Okay, but again, at the end of the day, you coming over there trying to be Torahs and all this other stuff, and that's not in their region of living, and that's not their doctrine either. So again, you know, because even going over there climbing them mountains, you got to go through all them cities with approval. And you see how they have diluted and made a disarray in the mountains. It's disgusting, and it's sacred, and it's disgusting at the same time. And people die climbing the mountains over there. It's disrespectful, but you still got to get the permission and approval, and it's sacred grounds, and they die. And it's a lot of dead bodies up there. So we saying the same thing. Regardless to your region of living or not, that's their principle and practice. And you're gonna call it a religion. And I'm not here to disagree with you because you're doing a fantastic job on your show.
All right, let me show you this real quick though. All right. I wish I could take this Yahoo thing at the top, but look. BlackRock, $26 billion private credit fund limits withdrawals.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that they're bankrupt or out of business. BlackRock is a multi-trillion-dollar enterprise.
Yeah.
That's just a headline. That's a headline.
BlackRock curbed withdrawals from one of its biggest private credit funds after client requests for redemption spiked. The latest sign of investor anxiety about the 1.8 trillion private credit industry. So here's the thing. People got scared. They want to pull their money out. BlackRock said no.
I spoke about this, the man in the high castle, multiple times about the financial lockouts, the financial lockdowns. I spoke about this multiple times about energy crisis.
But the whole objective, the reason why they're doing that, because they're switching to they're about to switch their systems over to the digital.
I spoke about these things as not as a fearmonger, but as someone who wants to make proud Americans money and get ready and not be underprepared. Everything that I speak on, dollars and cents, I don't care how irritating it is. I'm someone who's fond of dollars and cents. So I don't make any mistakes. I'm also disciplined. I don't say any goofy shit. I'm always accurate.
So BlackRock shares, hold on, fell as much as 8% on Friday. Okay. But here's the thing, people got scared, wanted to pull their money out, couldn't do it. Imagine you have like a stock, you know, things are falling, you want to pull it out, and the investment firm says no.
I'm going to tell you something earlier today, because I got word of mouth just a couple days ago about SoftBank. And I was trying to, it's a Japanese bank that's listed on the stock exchange, but I was trying to get into it from earlier this morning. It would not, even if I said 50 cents over, it wouldn't let me go through. And this was around the $12 range at the time. And it wouldn't let me go through. And then all of a sudden, my thing started going through for like $11.90 something cents. But at the same time, it's like it would not let me even buy. So yeah, these things happen.
But their stock sunk after they did that. So we can't pretend. All right, so let's get back to Agenda 2030, because I don't even know what is Agenda 2030. Let's go into this. I'm trying to understand like what
people who are into 2025 project, they're not going to really understand about 2030. I mean, they can. They just got to ease up off the 2025 and understand the real global position. How come these Muslim countries are banging on their fellow Muslim country right now? Because about this money. There's too much money. The loss of life right now is at a minimum compared to the money that's to be gained in these next 5 to 25 years.
But how is why is the church involved with this agenda? Right?
Church need money. See, all these gods, all these deities, they either love the loss of life or the loss or the loss of money. I mean, they're either irritated by the loss of life or they enjoy the loss of life. They're either irritated by the loss of money or they enjoy, these guys tend to enjoy the increase of wealth. The gods love money. The God loves money. The God loves money.
All right, so let me read this. The 2030 agenda for sustainable development adopted by all UN member states in 2015 is a 15-year global framework aimed at ending poverty, protecting the planet, and ensuring peace and prosperity for all. It centers on 17 sustainable development goals, SDGs, and 169 targets to be achieved by 2030 with a core commitment to leave no one behind. The 5 P's, priorities. The agenda is guided by 5 core pillars: people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. 17 sustainable development goals. Now, didn't America pull out of the UN?
Yeah. No. It pulled out of what was it? The other thing. It didn't pull out the UN. It pulled out of something else.
These are headlines. Not all headlines are true.
I can't remember what it was.
America pulled out of the UN.
Probably the World Health Organization they pulled out of.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay, so as of 2026, the United States has not formally withdrawn from the United Nations as a whole, but Trump administration initiated a significant withdrawal from 31 specific UN-affiliated agencies and entities, along with 35 other international organizations. This move seeks to cut funding and participation in groups deemed contrary to U.S. interests. All right, so that's the climate change and some other things. So are they withdrawing from the 2030 plan? Okay, let's go back into this Agenda 2030, okay? So the whole thing, end poverty, zero hunger, good health, quality education, gender equality, clean water, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth. What does that have to do with Christianity, though?
I'm not sure how come the South African Christian Church and Agenda 2030 is even connected.
I don't know. That's what this guy said.
How come you're connecting them?
This is what I'm just listening to what he said. I'm trying to understand where he's coming from with it. So let's go.
Where truth is now distorted. They're trying to cover up. No, we are doing it for the good purpose. These pastors are doing wrong and this and that. Think about a world without Christianity. Let's just put it that way. Without churches, without Christianity, because it goes
NATO,
like a ice ball. So they start with churches. After churches, what comes next? That's the thing you need to ask yourself right now. That after churches, what comes next? I love evangelizing in the streets. I love talking about Jesus Christ on the internet. What's next? Once allow that, they won't tell you the T's and C's because T's and C's apply. So that's why they are fighting so much, that we cannot regulate. If there are those churches who are doing wrong and they are reported, they need to account to the truth.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on in South Africa, but that's crazy. Whatever's happening, somehow they're tying it to this agenda of 2030. But I don't really see the connection. I would say this is that we need to still watch it and see what's going on over there because we don't know exactly.
Watch out for what, though?
What's happening in Africa?
Like what? Like what should we watch out specifically?
Everything. Like what countries are going over? Why are they going over there? Why is America going over there? What's really happening? Because if to like just turn a blind eye to it and say, well, you know what, this has nothing to do with us over here, is sadly, I don't think. I think that when you think about there's a war going on in Iran, and we're about to like do a show about that coming up. Actually, I'm about to end this because we have a show coming up discussing Iran. Actually, in the next in about an hour from now, we're going to be discussing that. So please come back for that. I'm fixing to end this in the next like 5 minutes, but we're going to be talking about Iran and how all this stuff really ties together, in Africa, in the world. Like, it's one thing to turn a blind eye and say, oh, we should only be focused on what's going on over here. Meanwhile, things are going on over there. It's going to affect us in Africa, in the Middle East, across the world, right? So I'm saying is that, yes, we should be watching Africa. We should be watching the Middle East. We should be watching how things are moving over there, because all this stuff affects us in some kind of a way, period. If they're hitting up areas where like there's like where the oil and stuff and you got Russia over here, I think they cut off their oil from Europe and all this stuff. We need to be watching the world, not just sitting over here in America like, well, I'm okay, the oil prices didn't shot up or whatever, but we're delineating. We're not gonna like watch anything else going on in no other part of the world.
Yeah, the delineation part is super necessary. However, this pendulum, what we're speaking on right now, with energy crisis, has nothing to do with delineation.
Yeah, it do.
No, it don't.
Oh. Why?
This energy crisis has nothing to do with delineation. Delineation is super necessary. Africa should be on its delineation by now. Wake up, Africa. Europe should be on their delineation right about now. Wake up, Europe. Wake up, Asia.
Okay, well, give us why. Why should everybody start to separate from each other?
Gotta separate the real from the fake. So say, for instance, you speak about South Africa, but you might not be aware about the AWB, which is the Afrikaner We're Begorets, or whatever it's called. That's what it stands for, the AWB. It's a paramilitary group to help fellow heritage South Africans out there. it's the farmers, all the above, the so-called genocide. They're building up their arms, and these African children, the originals there in South Africa, they don't know nothing about this group. It's been around since the 1970s, but it's coming away from the underground. It's going more mainstream. These kids don't even know nothing. They think is that something from way back in the day? It's crazy.
So you don't think that Americans should be aware about African problems? You think that we should be over here oblivious to everything happening in Africa? We don't think it'll ever touch us over here? Anything that they have going on over there?
That's a great question, DJ Genesis. It's just like Rihanna said, all I see is dollar signs. So yeah, pay attention to Africa.
But if you're delineating from Africa, why would you pay attention to it? Everything has to do
All
with
I see is dollar signs, just like Rihanna said.
Oh my goodness.
That's why I would pay attention. Otherwise, it's not on my focus. I'm not leveraging my focus on Africa. I'm leveraging my focus right here on the United States, where I'm from, the best place on the planet. We got the greatest president, Donald J. Trump. This is the best country in the world, the most powerful. We have the most patriotic people right here. The national fervor for America is certain. Common sense is back. I yacht my dock. I dock my yacht.
Well, I'm gonna do some final words. Sakina Ra, you know what? Man in High Castle, go ahead and say your final words, and then we're gonna move it because I got this other show about to do. And this is the show, guys, coming up at 7, guys. And we're gonna be talking to Mighty Hebrew, Zaquin Avdon, and Adonai Michael Ben Yuda. And we're gonna be talking about, and these guys are in, I think 2 of them are in actual Israel. And they're going to be discussing the situation with Iran and Israel from the Hebrew Israelite perspective. That's coming up in about 45 minutes. But in the meantime, I want to land my plane with this conversation because, this is just a segue into the next one. Man in High Castle, go ahead.
Thank you very much, DJ Genesis. No drama with the show. The Man in High Castle loves this show. And continue, hit the like button, share, subscribe, get ready for Mighty Hebrew episode. Gonna speak on Israel. And the Man in the High Castle is a God-fearing Christian and a proud American. First and foremost, you know about my lineage. It's foundational. I'm a full-blood American. Also, as you noted, from weeks before, if you caught the High Castle tapes, I do a lot of backmasking, like in vinyl records. So if I mention certain ETN stocks in your portfolio that should be in your positions, you're probably up right now, just like the Man in the High Castle is. The Man in the High Castle is not speaking about hold forever or hold long term. You have to figure that one out yourself, proud American. But the VIX, I told you about the VIX. I told you about UVIX. I told you about VXX. I told you about the oil. I told you about the gold. But which golds am I talking about? I like this ticker symbol SHNY. Woo! And when I speak about the silver, I like this ticker symbol AGQ. And when it comes down to this oil, I love it all. I love it all. But when it comes down to these pharmaceuticals, the drugs, look out for those diabetes. Any company that's involved with diabetes, testing your blood, look at that piece of metal that's on the testing strip, that it could read your own blood. That piece of metal is so expensive. Pay attention to details, Americans. Invest now. Make money.
All right. Well, thank you for being here, Man in High Castle. We're going to bring up Sakina Rao. I'm sorry. And what's your final words?
I'm so appreciated for thanking you for having me on your panel today. I thank you for, even though I didn't catch all of the show, I thank you for having me on it and creating this new one, right? And so he said a lot, and I was just cracking up. Listen. I just want to close out with just appreciating you for being in here and just for being in existence, y'all. And with that, you're right. If we can't get nothing else out of that, let's just get that. Just being in existence. So let's make the most out of that. Okay? Each one teach one, reach one. Thank you again. And I'll see you in 45 minutes?
Yeah, about maybe 40 minutes at this point.
All right, I'll see.
It's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one. They're about to break some things down. Yes.
Yeah. All right. So I'll see you then.
All right. See you in about 40 minutes.
All right, Hotep.
All right, Hotep, Shalom, Namaste. Same thing with what the Poppy said. Listen, Shalom, all that stuff. Listen. This has been a great show. We have covered so much ground on the show, talking about different things. I enjoy bringing people up to give like their alternative views on subjects because I think that it's it opens up the conversation. Coming up next, we have this show right here where we're going to be discussing Iran and the fall of the world powers with Mighty Hebrew, Zaquin Ahadon, and Ben Yehuda, Michael Ben Yehuda. So it's going to be a very, very interesting show. These guys are actually like ground zero, in Africa, over there, so they're going to be able to give a very, very interesting standpoint on what is happening from their perspective. So please come and watch that show. Let me put this up. If you want to learn how to divine, we're going to be doing another show on Friday with AWO Falokun. But in the meantime, if you want to join his group where he is teaching people how to divine for free, and this is a blessing because normally people like everything is about money, so he decided to allow people to learn for free. Go to facebook.com groups/Iwapale, and that is his group. Please check out his group, okay, to learn how to do divination, Cowerie Shell, because in his mindset, we're going into World War. We need to have the proper tools to know how to navigate, situations. We don't need to be blindsided. There's no reason to be blindsided. We have divination. People want to say that this evil, this is witchcraft, and this, that, the other. But every African country in Africa has some form of divination. Even the people in America, the ancient tribes, all these people had divination. They didn't just walk into situations blind. They knew how to prescribe illnesses within their community, whether it be a mental illness or just a social illness, whatever it is going on. You don't have to have things going on in your household, in your life, and not know what the cause of it is and how to fix it. You don't have to be reactionary. You could be on top of it. So that's what divination provides. And I'm going to continue to promote divination. I don't care who doesn't like it. And that's going to be our thing over here. So I want to give a shout out to Lavelle for bringing up the idea for the precognosis. As you can see, precognosis. We need to get back to understanding that we are just not only human beings, we are light beings, we are spirits having a human experience, and we don't have to go into this blind. Shouts out to everybody. I'm gonna let me post the link into the next chat that's about to come up. I mean, into the next live stream. Please go over there and get ready for it. Check, this is the live stream. It's in the chat room. That's coming up in the next about 30 minutes. It's gonna have Mighty Hebrew. It's gonna have we're gonna be talking about what's going on with the Iran war from a perspective of people that's actually over there. It's one thing to hear it from the news. It's another thing to hear it from the people that are actually in the place to be. Okay, they're there. They can tell you what's happening. Okay. So this is the actual link to that. Please click on that link. They're going to be breaking it down. Mighty Hebrew and the people that are over there in that land, in Africa, in Israel, close to the what's happening there, and they're going to break it down. So much love to everybody. Shouts out. Much love. Peace.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you,